All right, howdy y'all. Let me know if you can hear me here. Hopefully this is working. My stream has decided to be a little bit funky today, but if this is working and you can hear me, let me know. We've got a severe weather risk today. Looks like it's good to go. Cool. We've got a severe weather risk today, a bimodal one here in Florida and also in Texas, co-live streaming alongside Mr. Ryan Hall here today. So I'll give you the meteorology back end here of all of our severe thunderstorms, all of our tornado warnings that happened today. I'll be queuing in onto Ryan's stream, turning the lights green. You know, it's been a little bit since we've been able to do this, sort of dipole setup here where you get a view of all of the back end, what goes into the y'all operation here on YouTube. So as long as it looks good, I think we're ready to go. I think we can do it all. So this stream, we're not going to have closed captions over here. Ryan is going to be doing the social side of everything today, making sure that everybody who needs all of the captions can have those accessible. And then, my contributions to that stream will also have captions there. So please keep along with whoever is best suited for your coverage. If you're interested in the weather back end, here's a good place to have it. Keep us both up, and we'll give you a look at all of these storms today that you can see here. This is Radar Omega, and we are sponsored by them today. Shout outs to Radar Omega. You guys can download that in the description of this stream down below the video, so that's accessible there. And then, yeah, let's just jump right into it. So our risk over here in Florida is for hail and some wind. There is very low tornado threat expected over here. We'll take a look at that. But lots of you over here along the coast of Florida, the East Coast in particular, are seeing some of the largest hail you probably have seen in quite some time. And we just got 2 new tornado warnings over here in our enhanced risk, which is now to the south of the Dallas-Fort Worth Metro here. So this is the Dallas-Fort Worth Metro. The enhanced risk is in the orange to the south of this. This is because our warm front, the warmer temperatures to the south of the front, it's moving north, has not moved as far north as expected today. Wherever that warm front is where the maximum tornado threat, the maximum severe threat lies. So all of these cells down here approaching Interstate 35 near Waco in Texas, those ones are our real concern over here on the left side of your screen here for any sort of, or for all severe hazards. But you can see that this risk drops off rapidly to the north into the Dallas-Fort Worth Metro. So that's what's going on there. We have our current radar here the past hour or so playing, so you can see that. We had the storm moving through Tyler, Texas that was tornado warned. That was a preventative warning because it was so far away from the radar sites. We couldn't really tell you exactly what's going on at the surface there. And then our 3 cells of utmost concern right now are, ooh, look at Zach and Frankie's feed here. It's a little, that's a little funky. Yeah, I'm going to have to fix that. Okay, let's fix that real quick while I'm thinking about it here. So let's see if we can do that. But yeah, our 3 storms of concern over here, these ones are all potentially tornadic either right now or in the near term, because this one in particular is north of the warm front right here. And but it's moving into our warm sector. So once it gets there, this is going to be a major storm, unfortunately. So hopefully it loses intensity when it gets there. But right now I'm very concerned about the track that this one is taking. I brought it up on Ryan's stream recently why it's not currently tornadic, but it has the potential to become tornadic in the near term here. So we're going to watch this closely as it heads off into through Comanche County. And then we had this storm moving through Bosque County. I got that pronunciation right this time. So that's what we're looking at right now. Let me fix Zach's feed here. It was our last stream where Hunter's feed was super big over here, and I had to change it. And now this feed is too small, so that's funny. But hopefully that looks okay. It's gonna be a little scuffed there, but it looks good. Let's keep him up there. Good old Zach and Frankie, and of course the chasers that you see on my stream today, their channels are linked in the description, so you can just go there if you need to find Zach's channel at Vortex Chasing, and Storm Chaser Brad Arnold's right below me. Those 2 channels are linked in the description, so we've got everything there for you. Everything there for you. All right, that should fix everything there. Nice, perfect. Okay, so let's get into looking in up close and personal with these storms right now. We can do that on both Radar Omega and GR2 Analyst, my two radar programs of choice at the moment for these streams. Do enjoy using both of these. So if we come over here on Radar Omega, I can actually do a dual panel here. It's a little bit messy, but you can see our two tornado warnings here. So if I draw this line down here, I'd like a separator here. If we could put that in, that would be great on Radar Omega. Would make the stream look really good. So our velocity on the right side here. Here's our rotation on this storm. Here's our rotation on this storm north of Meridian. So again, this storm has the potential to head towards the northern Waco metro here. So this was what I was concerned with on Ryan's stream, and we're continuing to see that trend here. If we play it back just a little bit, you can see that coming through. I think this storm is going to start taking that easterly track, and it's going to, especially in the next few minutes here, the next few radar scans, I think it's going to go generally in this direction as opposed to more to the north and east here. So I'm going to be watching that closely. And of course, we've got this storm over here, which is just a complete mess near Gorman. So yeah, this one's just a complete mess over here. I'm gonna look at that in GR2 Analyst so you guys can see that, and we'll see if there's anything pertinent to relay to Ryan. Okay, so let's go and do that. Get this back up. And then I'm going to show you guys also the forecast coming up, what these storms are going to do through the night, because it's not what you expect, I bet. It's going to look a little bit more interesting than you expect. I bet you can't guess what these storms are going to do as we go into the evening. They're going to do something funky here where they start all just forming into a line here and then moving this direction down here and this direction over here. Very, very strange. Right now they're moving this way, but eventually they're going to move this way. So our atmosphere is doing plenty of funky stuff. So let's start taking a look at that. Is there anything that I need to relay to Ryan in the short term? So I'm watching our observations here for this storm west of Stephenville. Hopefully you guys can see this. I increased the text size, but I don't know if that actually stuck. Let me see here. Yeah, it did not stick. So let me increase this text size again, so you guys can see all these town names here a little bit better. Yeah, that looks a little better. I was hoping that would stick. So this is the storm west of Stephenville in Erath County. I remember that one, Erath County here. And right now in Erath County, we got winds moving out of the east here, so they are almost easterly. And then down here in Hamilton, we've got winds coming out of the southeast. So down here, or right about in here, is our warm front. So this storm is very close to the warm front. Very close to the warm front here. I'm pretty concerned about this one in the near term. In fact, if we look at this from a closer radar, we might be able to see the boundaries. The boundaries right here. So you can see an outflow boundary showing up on the radar right here, and I think our warm front is kind of smashed right in there somewhere, just to the south of Stephenville. But it's also we also have winds coming out of the northeast here in the middle of Comanche County. So looking at observations is very important for storms like this. So I think our warm front is probably right in here somewhere, just like this. And this storm is headed toward it. And this warm front might be stationary or might be moving north just a little bit. So very important to watch this storm in the near term. It's going to become a very dynamic scenario that we need to pay attention to. So that's my concern right now. But yeah, Bosque County in a tornado warning for Meridian proper. Been watching that storm for a while there. And Waco not in the tornado warning yet, but you guys could be in a tornado warning shortly because I am concerned about this storm taking more of an easterly track there. Okay, let me also put this in 2 panels so you guys can see that better. Lots of data on the screen. So right now, our primary areas that we're watching are for Texas, mostly central and northeast Texas into east Texas through the night, and also the central and eastern parts of the Florida Panhandle, or not the Panhandle, sorry, the Peninsula. We almost never talk about the Florida Peninsula, so yeah, that's got me mixed up there. But yeah, you guys are looking at a hail threat today Here's a look at that down there. Our current storms down here are headed in generally in the direction of the Miami area, currently not severe warned, and these ones near Port St. Lucie are moving offshore at the moment, dropping a bunch of hail. We have some remnant severe thunderstorm warnings, but those aren't going to last too long. I think our most important one up here is near Rock Ledge and Cocoa Beach here. The Cocoa area, Cape Canaveral area, this is a hailstorm at the moment. You can see it here. Here's our hail in pink right in the core of this thing. It's currently only warned for quarter-sized quarter-size hail, so it's not too big of a problem. Not too big of a problem. And then in addition to that, we also have hailstorms possibly showing up near Dade City in Florida. That one might just be getting going here. Yeah, you can see that one developing over the last 20 minutes or so. So that's north of Tampa. And it should, it is mostly stationary, but it should be traveling east very slowly here. And then west of Jayville here, Jacksonville. These are all hailstorms, of course. Low to zero tornado threat expected with these. Our wind profiles aren't supportive of tornadoes at all. They're very supportive of hail production, though. So just some hail falling west of Jacksonville, southwest of Jacksonville as well, near Middleburg. That is the expectation today for everybody over here in Florida. Some of you have probably already seen quite a bit of hail. So stronger storms than you're used to. Largest hail you might see in quite some time here, right around Port St. John and Cocoa on the east coast of Florida. So here's a look at that. That's where we're looking at central part of the peninsula into Brevard County here, or Brevard County, however you pronounce it in Florida. So we're not going to pay too much attention to Florida, but I'll call it out every now and then when those severe thunderstorm warnings come through. That'll be what we're looking at over there. That will be what we're looking at. I also have Storm Chaser Brad Arnold right down below me. That's what Ryan's currently looking at, or you'll see Ryan looking at that in just a second on his stream. And I've also got Zach Hall with Vortex Chasing. So those are the two I've got below me in case Ryan's not looking at either of those at any particular time. So you can track some Storm Chasers on my stream as well. All right, so that new severe thunderstorm warning was a destructive one. So this is a destructive storm for Erath County and also into Comanche County. Again, this is north of the warm front, but destructive storms are a destructive severe thunderstorm warning is for baseball-sized hail, which is what we're seeing fall right now to the west of Stephenville. So let's see if I can cue into Ryan's stream and talk about that, because I don't think he saw that warning come through for the destructive severe thunderstorm. I'm gonna come into the stream the moment that he's not talking to the chasers, because usually when I'm talking on Ryan's stream, if I talk to the chasers, they overlap and everybody gets mad at me. So we're gonna avoid that as best as possible. I think that this storm up here near Meridian, Texas, this one's probably this is a faux rotation. You can see right here, if I match up the center panel here, that our rotation's like right here, which is not where we expect the tornado to be. So what we're looking at right here is a little bit of radar contamination, not truly what's going on here. Definitely not what's supportive of a tornado. So if we go up with height, we can see that changes a little bit. We just have a bunch of strong winds right in here. So this is not a consistent rotation signature, I think. At least not where we would expect one to be for a developing tornado. So I'm waiting for Ryan to stop talking to the chasers, and then I'm gonna tell him about this destructive hail over here. So I hope you're all doing well. In 1 week since the last stream here, that was a really incredible stream that we did last Wednesday on this channel. Ryan was not prepared for that, but now he is. He's finished his setup so that we're able to stream together at the same time here, a dual stream type coverage. You can get the meteorology back end over here. I'm going to delegate again more towards assisting Ryan with this stream more than I am covering every single storm in depth like I would if I were doing this solo. The spaghetti was good, thank you. All right, so let me let me get in while Ryan is coming up with theoreticals. Let me get in on telling him about this destructive warning here. Can change his lights to green here. Hey Ryan, I don't know if you covered this. I was trying to listen to you, but this new severe thunderstorm warning for that monster cell into Erath County, that's a destructive warning for baseball-sized hail. And if you look, there's actually a 3-inch hail report near Gorman, Texas with that thing. So again, that's very rapidly approaching where the warm front is, just about half a county to its south, maybe a full county, and it's moving into it. So if it moves into it in, the next hour or so, again, that's when we're really concerned about the tornado threat ramping up with this, because this is already an intense supercell. It could very easily spin up a tornado in the right conditions. So again, that is my main concern right now in the near term, is the path that this storm is taking to the southeast through Erath County and also Comanche County. Okay, so there we go. 3-inch hail reported with this storm over here. That is wild. I don't know how long the stream will be today. That's a good question. I mean, usually we just go as long as we need to for covering these storms. We just go as long as we need to, as long as the tornado threat continues to be, high. The severe threat continues to be high if we're already on and covering it. It's a pertinent risk. So that's I would say that we probably have a good 4-hour period set out ahead of ourselves here. So at least definitely through the early evening, probably into the middle of the evening is when we'll have coverage from both Ryan and myself. And we might do the thing where, Ryan might be done with the primary risk, but I'll give you guys, a little bit more of an extended coverage through the night. We might do something like that. So at least 4 hours or so is really what we shoot for when we are covering these severe weather events for y'all. Okay, doing my best to make sure I'm keeping up with everything. Because we have storm chasers talking to us. We have channels where we're watching things come through on social media. And then the team is also talking to us at the same time. All sorts of planning is going on at the same time. This is a massive operation, and my brain is stretched to a limit to keep track of all this. So again, our active tornado warnings, again, are into western McLennan County, north. I think that's western McLennan County. It's kind of on an odd shape. This includes China Springs out ahead of this, Valley Mills here in the hail core of this storm right now. The rotation on this, from what we can tell, is pretty weak. When we go aloft, it's not very supportive of more than a weak tornado at the moment. But again, I think that the path this storm in particular is taking is a little bit more to the east here. And we'll go towards Ross, Elmont, Lacey, Lakeview, to the north of Waco here in Texas. So this is the path I think that this supercell will take, is generally more of an east-northeast path here. A little bit more to the east than you may expect it to go, because supercells do change in their path when they mature. They become right movers or left movers, or all sorts of stuff is possible. No, these are typical springtime storms. We get severe setups like this all the time in the spring. This is definitely right in the middle of an expected severe weather setup, I would say, for this part of the country. And then as we go more to the north over the next month, that's the expected track of how Tornado Alley really develops with time here each year. So this storm over here, let me go over this one now that it's closer to the Shreveport radar. So this is a monster hailstorm entering Henderson, Texas. Henderson, Texas, about to get in on some really bad hail here, I'd say. Probably quite a bit is going to fall in the city here. So this is in Rusk County, central Rusk County in Texas, toward the Louisiana border. This should let's look at the track of this. So it looks like it's trying to move very far to the southeast now. In the recent scans, you can see that track change from east to more to the southeast, like this, along this blue line. So there's the core of the storm right in there. It's going to go right through Henderson, Texas. I'll probably tell Ryan about that one. It's a pretty pertinent threat here. especially because we're going to get another considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Might be as far south as Mount Enterprise, but it looks like it's going to track south of Carthage towards center in Texas here. So let's get something through to Ryan there. We're going to cover all considerable destructive severe thunderstorm warnings today, especially if the tornado threat remains a little on the lower side, which is what we are hoping for. That's what we're hoping for. How about the weather? So let's see if we can get through to Ryan here. Hey Ryan, I'm also concerned about this severe thunderstorm in East Texas. This is in Rusk County, Texas now. It's about to go into Henderson. This is a hailstorm, first and foremost, but you can play back its track here and see how it's suddenly shifted to the southeast, and its hail core has developed rapidly. So Henderson, Texas is about to get in on a lot of hail, possibly enough hail to cover the roads, and then this should eventually track more to the southeast. I think it's going to pop up another one of those considerable severe thunderstorm warnings. So you hear the doot-a-doot come through as it tracks towards Mount Enterprise, Brackfield, and towards center in Shelby County, I think, all the way down the line there. So I think it's going to go south of Shreveport right now for our friends over there. There we go. Ryan's attention now properly delegated over here. You guys, oh, so yeah, destructive one, not a considerable one. So that's a destructive severe thunderstorm now. It's ramping up very rapidly there. So Henderson, Texas, a very expensive storm moving into your area. There's the destructive right here in this red polygon here. Dark black outlines there to tell you that, hey, this is not messing around. This should actually, if you're in Henderson, Texas, I think this is going to sound the sirens in this area. This will probably incur the emergency management services to sound the sirens in Rusk County. So that is the reason why. That is the reason why those warnings come, or those sirens come through, is because these are extremely dangerous storms, dropping huge hail and a lot of it. So yeah, that's what a destructive storm means. That's just an upgrade of the potential for this to have really powerful winds and or hail. In this case, it is hail. So very expensive storm about to move through Henderson, Texas. And again, this is looking to take a track more to the southeast, probably following along this line, roughly. Yeah, so that's a very dangerous storm. Glad I called that out on Ryan's stream here. Let's take another look over here. Our other destructive severe thunderstorm for Erath County near Stephenville in Texas. Here's about where we're looking in the state, so you can see the whole thing there. Again, this is rapidly approaching the warm front, unfortunately. I'm going to take another look at our observations here. Hamilton in Texas is south of the warm front. It is 80 degrees and 71 dew point right down here. And up here, we're north of the warm front. So this storm is very, very close to the warm front here. And I'm very concerned about what it's going to do as it approaches Hiko and towards Hamilton and Bosque counties here. So you guys got through one storm in Meridian, Texas. The next one is coming towards you very quickly. I'm not happy about this storm, is what I'll say for all of you watching over there. So I would let everybody along this line roughly know that there's another super powerful severe thunderstorm, maybe as far north as Itasca and Hillsboro here. Roughly along these lines here, I would let everybody know that there's a storm coming through. Let me increase the text size on this too. I don't think that's saved. So I want to make sure you guys can see these town names here. So there we go. There you go. You can see those a little bit better now. I'm going to do that on all my radars just while I'm thinking about it, so that we have that ready to go. Always caring about what you guys are seeing on the stream here. All right. Good to go there, I believe. Yeah, everything's looking good now. So yeah, I'm going to pay very close attention to this storm in particular near Stephenville as it approaches the warm front. Our other two tornado warned storms over here, our rotation is quite broad, especially this one that's approaching Hillsborough from the west. This tornado warning is definitely going to be allowed to expire, I think, as is this one down near Valley Mills. Right now, just really broad rotation is what I'm seeing here. Not anything too concerning, nothing tight, nothing indicating that we're really going to see a tornado in the near term here. So that can change rapidly. That can change rapidly, but I think right now we're okay. We're okay over here. So let me also get rid of these pink circles. Usually I keep these on, but there's a lot going on here. There we go. Much cleaner look. So tornado warnings in the pink here. Golf ball size hail falling in Valley Mills. This storm is taking a path towards Waco. You can see it. See how it's initially it was moving to the north and east here, and now it's starting to hook to the east. Waco, the northern part of Waco, is really going to see the next stage of this supercell, which currently is losing its tornado potential at the moment. So there's the loop. You can see that it's definitely tracking more towards Waco, as we mentioned earlier. That was an early call out for y'all over here. I'm going to go ahead and say that again on Ryan's stream, but I'm going to mention that right now the tornado threat is decreasing, but that can change rapidly. So let's go ahead and do that. Changes lights green. Let's see what we got. Thanks, Ryan. I want you to play the loop on the storm headed towards Waco, Texas. So I'm calling this one out in particular because about 20 minutes ago, we were watching this storm as it was moving northeast. But now if you play the loop, you can see now it's traveling due east as we talked about those right-moving supercells. So now you can see it's going to head towards the northern part of Waco on its current path. We were able to describe that well in advance. But at the same time, that the tornado threat with it is decreasing right now. It doesn't look imminently tornadic. I wouldn't be surprised if the warning was allowed to expire. So right now it's looking okay, but I wouldn't be surprised if this does ramp up again. So it warrants close watching. Let people in Waco know that the storm is moving toward them, and we have had eyes on it for a while now. This is a GR2 analyst. I also have Radar Omega open, though. We're looking at Radar Omega plenty here. This is Radar Omega with the Storm Prediction Center outlooks overlaid on top of it. So we've got Texas here and also Florida over here in a hail risk. In our orange and yellow areas here, this is an enhanced and slight risk for hail over here, including large hail. So right now, our most concerning storms are south and west of Jacksonville and right around Cocoa. The Cocoa area, Cape Canaveral area of Florida here along Interstate 95. So Melbourne and West Melbourne already got in on a strong storm earlier today. There is another one headed in your direction, and it is going to be wind and hail. The tornado threat is extremely low with these storms over here. So Melbourne, get ready for another storm, especially areas north of Melbourne. We're watching over there for y'all in case a damaging, a costly storm moves through your area. We've got that up here, so you can take a look at it. It's really expected to go in the same direction. Really expected to go in the same direction here, so I'm expecting this to, these areas down here, especially West Melbourne, they might be a little bit vulnerable. They might have some stuff dropped, like some wind damage was there earlier, so another storm moving through is not ideal, and I do think it will happen as this moves through Brevard or Brevard County. Can anyone tell me how you pronounce that in Florida? Brevard or Brevard? Make sure you guys are liking Ryan's stream and my stream here. Letting everybody know that this is good information. Hopefully it's helping many people here as we are covering all these storms. The bimodal setup here in Florida and also in Texas at the same time. Plenty to talk about. Brevard, thank you. Brevard, or the first one. Now everybody's getting it. I trust AC here. AC is in Florida. Brevard, I'm going to go with that one. I know that they're in Florida, so thank you for that. Aardvark, yeah, there we go, Brevard. Got it. Thank you. Wow, look at this. Dang, look at the purple in this. This is an absolutely monster hailer. We might see a blue pixel here shortly. Let's take a look. Incredible hailstorm here in western Erath County here. This is going to pass right over Dublin, Texas, Alexander, Texas, and Claret, and head towards Hico or Hyco once again. I had the Texas pronunciation guide open and I lost it, so I'm not sure what if it's Hico or Hyco. But again, this is extreme. This is an extreme hailstorm. You're not going to see a hail core like this every day. In fact, you're not going to see this every month. This is probably a once a month hail core right here. So this is the type of hail that is going to completely cover these roads here, these highways. I've got Storm Chaser Zach Hall down there skipping around as his feed catches up. So he's the bottom right chaser here, and he is right here in Dublin, Texas. So he is right out ahead of this monster hailstorm here that's tracking mostly in this direction. Right along, I am concerned right along County or State Road 6 here, going towards Hyco or Hico. It also looks like the storm might be moving more to the east now. Let's see. Oh, yeah, look at that. I'm on a higher tilt. So look at that. We can see it moving southeast. And then aloft, the hail core is starting to move more to the east. This is a very interesting trend. So if we go up with height here, we can see how it's moving southeast, and now the hail is starting to move more to the east there on that latest scan. So I think Stephenville is going to get in on a lot of hail here as this gets ejected off by the storm. 77 dBz here in the core. Extreme hailstorm right now. And you can see the hail spike also coming out of the storm from this radar site. The beam is coming from this direction through the storm, and this is all hail spike right now. So that's an incredible radar signature there that lets us know very large hail is in the storm and also falling from the storm at the moment. So the good news is that it looks like every single tornadic storm is going to stay to the south of Dallas-Fort Worth Metro. Our risk is confined to the south here, about Hillsboro, right about Hillsboro and to the south. This is where our warm front is. Right in this area is about where our warm front is. So we're concerned about these storms here. This storm here, as it approaches the warm front, very, very concerning storm. But anything up here around Jacksboro, Dallas-Fort Worth, you guys are looking fine. If you're concerned about tornadoes today, it looks like that's not going to be a bad thing for y'all up there. You might get some hail if any of these storms just move off to the north and are elevated, but our tornado threat is confined below this region. So to the south, Hillsboro and south along Interstate 35 is where our tornado threat is maximized, roughly in this area today. So if you're in Killeen, Bell County, if you're north of Georgetown and Austin down there, and west of Interstate 45, this is really where we're focused on the near-term tornado threat today, with all of these supercells that are popping up back in here, and our two main ones out in front here. So that's our concern today if you're worried about tornadoes. That is our concern. So again, very, very closely watching this one. We still got time. We still got time before this supercell gets to the warm front, which is down right about Hico or Hyco there. Hyco, thank you. Haiku. Are we making haikus here? You got bad thunder there? Anyone going through one of these thunderstorms right now? Copperas Cove. Let me know where you guys are watching from. We're not talking about your area today in these locations here in the yellows and oranges, then you guys are pretty much fine. But let me show you what's going to happen today for anyone wondering. So we're going to play this. We're going to play this through so you guys can see what the track of some of these storms is going to be here as we go through the night. So let this load through here. And then we can see how these storms are really going to develop into a line. You see how rapidly they develop into a line over there in Texas? So this is where we don't have supercells, but we have a massive mesoscale convective system is really what we're looking at here, and this can have spin-up tornadoes in it as it goes east through this yellow bubble right in here. So this can have spin-up tornadoes, probably south of Shreveport, north of Houston, so right about College Station through Alexandria is where we're really watching as we go through the night. But so again, this is like 4 or 5 hours of good stream coverage here. But as we go through the night, this is really just going to be a hail and wind threat first and foremost, I think. So you can see how those you can see how those storms just really develop and go through the night. And they even will persist all the way to Florida along this front. You can see that really nicely there. Look at how they reach Florida. You can see how they reach Florida. This is about Thursday evening here, and then into Thursday night. So there you go. There's through Thursday. These storms eventually will reach Florida. A couple of stormy days for Florida. Tomorrow, more thunderstorms pop up out ahead of the front. This could be concerning for more wind and hail. And then eventually, there we go, even more storms. So Florida is looking really stormy. Let people know in Florida over the next couple days, it's really going to be nasty over there for quite some time. So let's look at our confirmed warning here. Right, so our confirmed warning is for Bosque County and McLennan. So I was hoping that this would not become imminently tornadic, but we have chasers here that are observing this. So this is an observed tornado, not a radar confirmed tornado. Yeah, this is a weather spotters confirmed tornado right here, south of Valley Mill. So we have you can even see it right in here. A very brief spin up right here. Very small, just south of Valley Mills. That's what we're looking at right now. So that's what we're watching. Moving pretty slowly. I'd say probably about 25, 30 miles an hour to the east. Even 20 miles an hour to the east is what it's warned for. So this is, again, going to travel to the east. Now we have a confirmed tornado warning. And I think it will travel generally in this direction, due east. So everybody now should be aware of this in Waco, Texas, and should be aware of this from West Texas to the south here. Anywhere along this line is of concern for this producing a weak tornado at the moment south of Valley Mills in Texas. So I've got Storm Chaser Brad Arnold right below me. He is approaching this very rapidly. So here's Brad Arnold right here. Here's our tornado south of Valley Mills. So right in here is the tornado, and we have Brad's feed very rapidly approaching this. See how that pops up here. For this storm up here east of Meridian, this one headed towards Hillsboro, Texas. This one doesn't look imminently concerning either. It's still going to be a strong storm, though. We're probably going to see a severe thunderstorm warning out ahead of this storm in particular for Hillsboro into Hill County here. So be prepared for this storm from the west. It has a history of being tornadic and tornado warned here, so I would watch out. Y'all watch out down the line here into Hill County and Hillsboro in the surrounding areas. So let them know that that's headed in their direction. All right, let's see what Brad's seeing here. I think I can pull Brad up here. There's our overlay. If I pull up Brad here, there we go. There's Brad Arnold. There's Brad Arnold's feed. Let's see what he's got. So he's in Bosque County again, very close to passing into McLennan County, right near Valley Mills. So we'll see if he pops up anything here. Ryan's also got this open, so you guys can watch it over there. But the moment that Brad's got something, we'll look at it here as well. So once again, Brad is right over here, very, very close to this storm. And I'll keep his feet up right below me. So if you see something, I've got less latency than Ryan does right now. And that'll allow you to see this about 20 seconds sooner over here. And then we'll bring it up. We'll look at it on the radar and see what's going on there. So weak tornado in progress here. Weak tornado in progress. Now to the south of Valley Mills. Again, this is going to head towards Waco. You're not in the tornado warning yet in the city of Waco, but if they're sounding the sirens, that's a good idea, I'd say, especially as this warning is probably going to be extended, in the next 15 minutes or so. That will include parts of Waco and parts of eastern and central McLennan counties up next. So be prepared there in Waco for that to happen. You guys are in the highest tornado threat today in Waco, a 10% hatched or an enhanced 3 out of 5 risk from the Storm Prediction Center. So we want you all to know that it's going to happen. So Brad's getting through the precipitation here. It's going to take some time for him to have another clear look at this. But Stephenville, again, in Erath County, Texas, you guys are about to get in on some large, large hail. It's now moving more to the east, so this hail core has shifted. There you go. There's our destructive severe thunderstorm warning here for baseball-size hail and 65-mile-an-hour wind gusts. It looks like the storm might be losing a little bit of its strength here in terms of how much hail it's producing, but once again, this is going right through Stephenville right now. The largest hail is right in this area of the storm that I'm drawing in blue here. So a very important storm moving through here. It's lost that southeast track, but I'm still very concerned for the next hour or so as this tracks to the east. I'm very concerned about it interacting with the warm front that's right down here, just about half a county to its south. And once it does that, it will have a chance at producing a tornado. So let people know out ahead in Walnut Springs and Meridian. Once again, there's another storm coming through. You guys are just in a tornado warning there, but we're not done. And then if that's not enough, we've also got another supercell out back to the west of Stephenville, a county to the west now near Duster and De Leon again. This is for Comanche County again, so another one coming through that also will have a chance at interacting with the warm front in the next hour or so. So all of these are concerning as we have continued rounds moving through our enhanced tornado threat today.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So there's a warning for Hill County and also McLennan and Bosque. This is indicated, so this might be the extension of the storm down here, or it might be a new tornado warning, probably for this area right near Laguna Park. Let's see where that comes through. So let's see if that new warning comes through for the north or south storm. Okay, so it is for the south storm. I'm also concerned about this new area of convergence right here near Laguna Park. So this is developing pretty rapidly here. Might tell Ryan about this one because it could shift into this storm and give us another chance at a cycle here as it heads towards Hillsboro. So let's see what Ryan's talking about. He's just talking about the new warning. This is a radar indicated warning now, so no longer a confirmed tornado. But Brad is very, right into the core, right into the hook echo here. Right over here is where Brad is. So he's trying to get through this heavy rain here and cut ahead of it. This is a dangerous maneuver. I would not recommend doing this. Brad Arnold is a seasoned pro, though. So he knows what he's doing here. Let me come through to Ryan. I want to talk to him about a couple things here. Hey, Ryan, a couple things to talk to you about. First and foremost, I'm worried about the storm to the north of that new tornado warning that's headed towards Hillsboro. There's a convergence signature right near Laguna Park, and I think that is developed over the last few minutes. We could see another attempt at producing a tornado here, or at least becoming tornado warned as it heads through Hill County from the west here in Texas. So Hillsboro, advance, y'all watch out here. And then in addition to that, our warm front storms, or our storms that are approaching the warm front back to the west, we have another supercell moving through the same area that's promoted 3-inch hail, baseball size hail, and a lot of it. It's now moving right, probably just going to take a path just to the south of the one that's impacting Stephenville right now. And so we have two chances coming up, two chances for this these storms to the west to interact with the warm front over the next hour or so and possibly become tornadic. So for Meridian, Texas, another round is going to come through or very close to y'all. For Hillsboro down the line, there's going to be multiple rounds for these people today, which is unfortunate. But for everybody concerned in Dallas Fort Worth, I think y'all, the tornado threat is staying to your south, which is good news for everybody in the metro up there. But be thinking about y'all, all of your friends down here to the south, because lots of storms are moving through. Yeah, bunch of supercells. So there we go, letting Ryan know. We are down to one tornado warning. It's just for this one that's headed right around the Waco, Texas area. Again, now you should be hearing sirens in Waco. Should be hearing sirens in Waco. More than likely, I would imagine they're sounding the sirens for this. Again, this has been moving due east, so the tornadic part of the storm really will track on the northern side of Waco across I-35 near Lacey, Lakeview, and Bellmead. Bellmead looked like Bellstead for a second there. So right through central and north central McLennan County in Texas is where we're concerned about this possible a brief tornado was reported on the storm, so we're concerned about this area in particular. But anyone in the polygon should be taking shelter, especially up here towards West Golson. It's going to be a nasty storm, whether you're getting in on the hail or the possible tornadic part of the storm. Again, still concerned about these winds ramping up near Whitney and Laguna Park as this heads towards Hillsboro. I hope it doesn't do anything, but again, this is a signature we shouldn't, this is a signature we shouldn't ignore. The National Weather Service definitely has eyes on this. Oklahoma's fine. Y'all are going to get in on some good rainfall up there in southeast Oklahoma. I hope anyone in southwest Kansas in the drought areas has, hopefully that rainfall was very beneficial, didn't cause any sort of flooding over there. That's really good news for our friends over there. So there we go. There's an update on all the storms here in central Texas, north central Texas, right in this area, approaching the Interstate 35 corridor, and then storms also going to do that in the near term here. This one near Stephenville is starting to interact with the warm front. We're starting to see it right there. The warm front is basically right here, right near Hamilton. So this is very close to getting winds funneling right up in there, and you can see the beginning of a hook echo here. Again, this is like incredible near-term now casting. The best of my ability to tell, this is almost on the warm front, right about to be. So this is a dangerous storm. The hope is that the warm front begins to retreat. If it does get up there, we could see a significant tornado. No problem. We could see a significant tornado, no problem, if this interacts favorably. So we really need this. We really need this to not come together right out ahead of this storm as it passes to the east. And if it does, I have Zach Hall down here too, in the bottom right of my screen. He is right here in this blue circle that you see here, northwest of Hyco. So he has eyes on the storm right now. And then we still have Brad Arnold finally getting a view right in the hook here of this storm approaching Waco. So lots of eyes on the current tornado warned storms. Lots of eyes to see what's going on, which is very, very helpful. Storm Chaser is doing an amazing job today. Yeah, so Arkansas, Louisiana might get some storms overnight, especially Louisiana. I think Arkansas is a little bit north. A little bit to the north. We're primarily concerned about Louisiana, so you can see that the progression of the storms, we're expecting them to mostly spread out like this overnight. So I think Arkansas is fine for the most part. You guys are just in the lower end, the marginal risk. And then, wow, look at all these storms in western Florida, the Western Peninsula here. They've really persisted here. There's quite a bit of them, and this is going to continue to pose a hail threat overnight. You see this? So these storms are moving really slowly here and entering the enhanced area in orange here from the west, very slowly though. And we have this one supercell that's actually dying out as it approaches Melbourne. That's very good news. We were concerned about 2 rounds of hail over here in Melbourne, Florida, because you had a strong storm move through there earlier. And then just some heavy rain moving into Miami. Nothing's really taken shape down here in terms of hail yet for the Miami Fort Lauderdale metro. So we're watching all of y'all in Orlando, all the way up to Jacksonville. These are hail and wind storms. These are not expected to be tornadic, but they will have larger hail than you probably have ever seen if you get in the core of this. So be wary over here in Florida. All right, so we have Brad Arnold. Ryan is watching that closely. Let's take one look at exactly what Brad Arnold's looking at. Here is probably a developing tornado right here. Do you see this? Here's our rotation right here. Very, very close to the road. So whatever road Brad Arnold is on, what is this? This is State Road or County Road 6 here, west of Waco in McLennan County. So this is a look at that storm right now as we get intermittent feed from Brad. So possible strong rotation showing up in the storm right here. We're looking at about a mile up into the storm. So this is what you see right here. Our last snapshot from Brad's stream there. Let's see if he comes back at all. Our data is suffering out here, so we'll see if he comes back. He's watching the rotation very close. There's his dot right there. He's traveling to the southeast now. And this storm, again, if you're watching now in Waco, this is expected to move to the east. It's basically traveling due east, but can wobble around anywhere into this pink polygon here, which is our tornado warning from National Weather Service. So we've been talking about Waco for a while, especially the northern side of Waco. Please be taking shelter. It's a great idea to be in shelter there now and to stay in shelter for a while. Once again, update on this storm northwest of Hyco in Texas. We have Zach Hall on it. Still trying to start a developing rotation here, but it's still a little bit north of the warm front that we're watching. However, these storms over here, they might get closer to the warm front. We've got hailstorms all the way south and west of Brooksmith. Quite a few supercells are just going to move through this area until they converge together into a line of storms. So there we go. We have baseball-size hail reported with this as well, if that wasn't enough. Baseball-size hail reported in Valley Mills. So that in addition to a tornado warning storm is moving towards Waco, and this rotation is consistent. So I would be pretty concerned over here in and around Waco, regardless of a tornado or baseball-size hail. So let me tell Ryan about that report too, just so we can reassure that everybody in the Waco area is taking shelter. Okay, so he's looking at the hail right now. Oh, and of course my green got... Yes, I do, Ryan. Thank you. I was actually going to tell you about that baseball-size hail, large amounts of baseball-size hail in Valley Mills. So that Texas. So that's the storm headed towards Waco, especially the northern side of Waco. If a tornado warning wasn't enough of a stimulus to get you to take shelter over here and bring us with you while you're taking shelter, now you got baseball-size hail also in this supercell, and that's going to be the theme for everybody also. So Hillsborough will see a lot of hail. Stephenville saw baseball-size hail, and we've got several more storms moving through the same areas here. So not a day to, gawk outside at these storms and take a look at them. This is a day to just be in shelter, practice your safe spots, and so forth. Okay. We are doing the show together. There you go, right there. How about that? So there's me and Ryan doing the show together. We're still doing it just as much as we have been here. Let's look at once again our storm in East Texas. Just an update on this. We did have nearly baseball-size hail in Henderson, Texas. Hopefully, our words were able to reach some people over there. We watched it take more of a southeast track right into the town, and probably cause quite a bit of damage there. So traffic signals are damaged, power outages, hail breaking skylights and windshields. So yeah, that's going to be a costly storm. Has been a costly storm for Henderson, Texas, and it is roughly moving in this direction. So Tinaja and Gary City, south of Carthage, Texas, is going to get in on the worst of the remaining hail and wind with this storm here as it approaches. So this is really a damaging hailstorm. Its track is going to be generally in this direction. So maybe right around center to Tenaha, Logansport, as it approaches the border here with Louisiana. So that's where we're looking for that hailstorm. Thankfully, it seems to have lost its most intense signature, but it's still dropping quite a bit of hail. And it is also interacting with some storms right in the environment, so it has the chance to start dropping large hail again with all these showers out in front of it being ingested into the storm. So that's our concern over there. That's our concern over there. All right. All right. So back to Texas. Still consistent rotation in the hook of the storm here approaching Waco. So I'm still concerned about that. Again, the convergence over here near Hillsboro, now it's really taken on a solid shape. We didn't see that convergence signature do anything yet, but now we're starting to see a concerning shape to this storm within the last few minutes. So watching this one closely. This is right on the warm front, I believe. Let's see. I think this is right on the warm front. Basically, right in the warm front is we might have the warm front down south here in Waco. So this might be the warm front rider. Hopefully that prevents this storm from being tornadic at all near Hillsboro. To the best of my ability to tell with all the observations we have in place, I think it's down here. This storm is our primary concern. So hopefully this one doesn't ramp up, but from the observations that we do have, that's what I can tell. So this is a very close situation where it's hard to tell whether some of these storms are really going to interact with the front or not. It's just kind of draped right across this area, right across McLennan County, right near Bosque County. Just right in here is the diffuse warm front. So it's hard to tell where we're really going to see that tornado threat maximize. But this is the most concerning signature. And again, really concerned about northern Waco. We've been talking about y'all for like 30 minutes. So if you're just joining Ryan or I, this is our primary concern. So the next frame on this one up here near Hillsboro tells me that I think it is elevated. So this is our hailstorm up here. This is our hailstorm up here. I think that Hillsboro is not going to see a tornado threat in the near term. So yeah, I think our tornadic storm is not going to be this one up here near Hillsboro. I think this is going to be mostly a damaging wind and hail threat up here. This is probably going to be north of the warm front, especially with this storm down south here. This is going to prevent our southerly winds, or especially some of our southeasterly winds, from approaching this storm to the north. So it's cutting off the inflow up here. The warm inflow, the unstable air is not reaching up here into Hill County. So as a result, I do think that this storm up here in Hill County is not going to be tornadic, despite previously displaying that convergence signature right here. I think our warm front is actually just south of it, and the precipitation falling here from the forward flank of this storm impacting Waco. I think that this one it's going to prevent this northern storm from being tornadic. So Hillsboro, I'd still recommend taking shelter. I'd still recommend people taking shelter in Hillsborough and Hill County because this is going to be it might drop some large hail, and it's definitely going to be very heavy rain for quite some time up here. But overall, I think that we're really going to be watching the tornado threat in the most near term with this storm as it approaches northern Waco right here. This is really taking that due easterly track. We can watch it moving due east, but it even has a maybe a little bit of a south, maybe an east southeast component to it. So this might go right through Waco at the moment. It looks like it's taking that track. So we're really watching that right now. Again, this storm has baseball size hail with it. So like every part of the storm is dangerous, and I think this is really where our warm front is right here, right on the storm. So that's causing the winds to, instead of being more southerly, they're more easterly like this. So really efficient inflow right into the storm. Really efficient inflow right into the storm here, and that's why we're seeing this possible tornado develop. I don't have Brad's feed. I don't know why Brad's feed isn't coming back. He might not have any service here. Seems to be right in the hail core of this storm, so we'll see if he regains service. We also have Brian Allen out in front of it. Ryan's got that on his stream. All right, so yeah, very concerning storm. All right, so man, look at all these storms over here. I don't know what happened to my stream. I guess I froze on Ryan's, but we look okay over here, right? We look okay over here, right? Think we're all good. Thanks for the support, Canton, Texas. You're well removed from the worst of the severe threats down. They're going to be to your south for today. So down here is really we're going to watch the main severe threats develop over time. South of the Dallas-Fort Worth Metro, south of Interstate 20. Ooh, man. All right, so just tons of baseballs, 3-inch hail falling everywhere over here in central Texas here. This is going to approach Interstate 35, and I think with time here, we're going to start seeing the tornado threat increase. So this is a typical thing. We see the hail threat in these sort of setups. They're very much maximized in like the late afternoon to early evening, and then the tornado threat really starts to go up with time here the next couple hours as our low-level jet, or the nadir juice as you might know it, that comes into play in the evening, especially into the nighttime hours. So, but by that time, these are going to be less sort of looking like discrete supercells here or semi-discrete. They're all going to become more of a line of storms as we go into the night. So the tornado threat kind of doesn't find the best time to come together. Because we're not going to have hopefully we don't have supercells, that are remaining discrete and unaffected by the line of storms pushing them along. Because if that happens, when we get that nadir juice, that is when we're really going to see the tornado threat ramp up. So that's the case down the line through central Louisiana, southern Louisiana, even as far south and east as Houston. These are going to be a line of storms, so it's damaging wind and really brief and hopefully weak spin-up tornadoes. Right now, the strong tornado threat is when the storms look like this. This is when we have the stronger tornado threat, but I think it's going to maximize over the next few hours. Brad Arnold's feed's still coming through. Let's see where he's at. He's approaching the northern side of Waco here. Here's his dot right here. This is Brad Arnold, and he's getting right into the city. So we're watching his this part of the storm right out in front of him in this square. So you see the low hanging clouds there from all the precipitation, the rain that's cooling the clouds as they drop down in front of him. So that's why they look a little wispy like that. That's all the rain that's cooling the air as it falls. and that condenses into clouds. So we're watching right now from his feet out in front of him, the forward flank here, the east side of the forward flank. Whereas the tornado or the rotating part of the storm is back to his west, back in his rear view mirror. So we'll see when he parks next or turns around, takes a look at it. We'll bring him up close so you can see that. And again, Hillsboro, Texas, the storm up to the north. This one is remaining north of the warm front right now, to the best of my ability to tell. This is an elevated storm, which means no tornado threat with it. That's the hope. So I think this is going to be a hailstorm up here now. And it does look like the warm front is really now falling south of Hamilton. So our warm front is probably right in here. Right in here. It's probably following this blue line right here. And at the moment, that means that this storm up here, I think, is also going to remain non-tornadic. That's the hope. We could still see some winds try to punch through toward the north of it, but I think that this is not tornadic at the moment, even though it's starting to rotate some more here. This is, if it does rotate, it can rotate above the surface, but that doesn't mean that it's going to produce a tornado, closer to the surface. It's not going to produce a tornado because it can't punch through any sort of stable air where all this rain and hail is falling. So that's the good news over there for this storm near the southeast part of Erath County in Texas, and the storm in northern Comanche County as well. But I think down here in Mills County, near Goldthwaite, we definitely have the warm front situated more in this area. So, like I said, it was right near Hamilton, Texas. So this storm down here, as it approaches Goldthwaite, this could be a problem, especially as it gets east of Lampasas County here. So that's where I see the most concerning the most concerning observations is we have quite a bit of convergence right here. So our winds are moving from the southwest here in Lampasas County and southeast here in Coryell County. So right here is where we have a lot of potential for a tornado as this storm approaches from the west. So I think I'll tell Ryan about that, because I'm concerned about the Goldthwaite cell in particular. Okay, well, actually, because he's gonna talk to Zach, I'm gonna wait for a second, because I hate when I go through and then the chaser talks at the same time as I do, because I can't hear the chasers on Ryan's stream. So we want to avoid that for best production value, making sure that everything coming through Ryan's stream is clear. So that's my next concern. Man, look at the hail. The hail has really started to ramp up here in the Waco cell. Look at that. So this has the potential to be a very costly storm for Waco. Again, we've already seen Henderson, Texas, and East Texas take a hit from a hail, the hail core of a storm here, and I think that Waco is going to do the same thing here. So where did Chris Hall go? Oh, he's over here. Okay. All right, I'm going to tell Ryan about where I think the warm front is. All right, Ryan, lots to focus on. I know you just saw that hail core. I think that this is going to be a very costly hailstorm for Waco, the northern part of Waco. If it doesn't produce a tornado, you can see the hail spike on it. But my concern actually is not the storm that Chris is talking about, if he is listening to us. The warm front is now just south of Hamilton in Texas here. It's in southern Hamilton County, which means that the storm in Mills County near Goldthwaite, that's moving due east. That's going to be the next one to ride the warm front, I think. And that means that the storm over there has my utmost attention for tornadic potential in the next hour, especially as our nadir juice starts to ramp up. As you know, we get into the evening hours. The nadir juice is our problem. So I'm really concerned about Goldthwaite in Mills County as this passes into Coryell County. You can see observations. Lampasas County has winds from the south-southwest. And and then Coryell and Bell counties have winds from the south-southeast, so we have convergence right out ahead of the storm, and I think that that's going to be our next possible tornado producer here. I think the warm front has moved a little bit more south of where it was before, so Hillsborough is in on a hail and wind storm, and Stephenville, that storm up there, is going to stay north of the warm front, which means it's not going to produce a tornado, more than likely. So that's my current thinking. All right, guys. So yeah, we got some time to go. I do not like the positioning of this storm near Goldthwaite. That is the most concerning one to me. So I figured I would relay that one. No, I can't bring up a bunch of chaser feeds. Unfortunately, we have the ones that we work with on the y'all team here, the y'all squad, and those are the ones I'm gonna pay attention to. But a lot of people like to tell me what read timbers coming through, and I appreciate it when you guys tell me what other chasers are seeing. Just make sure to tell me their location too. If you're gonna put that in the chat, I want to know. I want to know their location, what storm they're on. So if you're seeing something, do include that. Happy to receive it, and put some radar analysis to the name. So let's see. We got Brad Arnold still right out ahead of the storm. He's right out on the periphery, right on the periphery of Waco here, the northwestern part. So again, I don't see any sort of very tight rotation here, but again, we saw a brief tornado show up really quickly here, and at any point, this could try to produce a tornado again, right as it passes through Waco here. I believe it's going to take this path. I'll draw it in yellow or pink here so you can see it better. So this is going to be the path of it. This is a new tornado warning for Waco. So this is going to be more to the east, I bet, to match the path of this once it shows up. So another tornado warning coming through. Waco, definitely going to sound the sirens now in the city if they aren't already going. And then Hallsburg and Mart also. So everybody in this area, this new pink polygon that showed up, please take shelter. That is the reason why we're watching that analysis come through. It's now taking a track more to the east. Even southeast. Look how much that hook has dropped down to the southeast. So I mean, it's possible that this tornado warning isn't even south and east enough. We could see this track right through downtown Waco. That's a possibility. So that's why the expanse of these polygons really matters. So everybody takes shelter out ahead of it, because these things can wobble around, change direction. It's very important that we're paying attention to that. They're moving more southeasterly than expected, honestly. When I look at the observations, right, moving supercells right in this area should be traveling basically due east. But as they get over here, they would be expected to become southeast movers. So we're seeing the southeast movement start a little bit earlier than anticipated in the I-35 corridor. Yeah, looks like our current trends are staying true. All of these storms up here north of Hamilton are going to remain elevated hailstorms. Drawing that in pink for you. I'll go back to blue here. So all these storms up here, as they pass in this direction, basically due east, some moving southeast, maybe even moving a little bit to the east northeast. These are going to remain hailstorms at the moment. But this one down here near Goldthwaite, that is the most concerning one to me. We don't have a radar site close to that either. This isn't a radar hole. Right in here is the peak of our radar hole. So we have to wait for that to move east. But once it gets to Gatesville, Event, this area along Highway 84, that's when I'm most concerned about this storm developing. So we'll keep a close eye on that. Wow, look at that. 4-inch hail reported in De Leon. That was 7 minutes ago too. So this storm right here is dropping 4-inch hail. 4-inch hail reported with this storm. Wow. Yeah, that is recent too. Let me see if I can talk to Ryan about that. That's softball size hail, guys. That doesn't happen very often. Ryan, I don't know if you saw, but there's actually a 4-inch hail report coming through for De Leon. So that's that storm near Dublin, Texas, the one to the west. 4-inch softball size hail report with this storm. Again, these are expected to remain elevated and not tornadic for now, but I mean that's the kind of hail that can do dents in your roof, maybe even come through the roof a little bit. So definitely need to be taking shelter in the lowest level of your homes for all of these storms that are producing some monster hail. Yeah, that'll destroy your roof for sure. So this is a severe thunderstorm warning for softball size hail. Dang. Retimmer is at Gatesville going to Waco. So he's right along Highway 84 here. I imagine why he's chasing this storm in particular because it's pretty slow moving. So this is moving east at like 20 miles an hour. This new tornado warning has it at 25 mile an hour. It's even moving a little bit more to the southeast here. Again, no tornado currently on the ground here, but we have Brad Arnold right in the vicinity of Waco here. So Brad Arnold's up here, and his feed is right below me, right below my webcam here. So I'm trying to gauge which direction he's going here. I think he is moving to the east right now, but this is still a dangerous storm. Everybody in Waco should be taking shelter, especially if you're listening to both Ryan and I. Keep us up. Give you the best updates on this as possible. Again, I'm focusing on things that I need to relay to Ryan that he is not currently focusing on, like which storm is doing what. So that is the gist of my stream here. Still waiting for Brad to see if he's going to come up with anything here. All right, let's look at East Texas again, too, to see how our hailstorm over here is doing as it approaches Center and Shelby County. It looks like this has lost some of its steam. This is now more of a... You can see the storm is more like an outflow dominant storm, so it's being blown forward by the winds. That's less conducive for very large hail to be sustained here as it approaches Shelby County and Center. But yeah, everybody else doesn't really have much to worry about here. Shreveport, you're just getting in on heavy rain up there in the metro and Bossier City. Everybody up there is just heavy rain right now. Our one severe thunderstorm over here is traveling this direction through Center and down into Sabine Parish. So it should probably pass around Natchitoches or to the south. That's generally the track of where we're watching that. But I don't know. I don't think this storm will really persist with more than like a low in severe threat for a while. It's still going to be nasty. Probably tons of lightning with this out here as it goes into Shelby County. But I don't think this storm in particular is really going to... I don't think it's really going to pose too high of a severe threat now that it's... I think it's moved through the most favorable area back in here for producing large hail. All right, so let's look at Florida real quick here to see how these storms are doing. No severe thunderstorm warnings over here along Interstate 75 here through the peninsula. In fact, all severe thunderstorm warnings have been allowed to expire in Florida. However, these storms, you can watch them generally develop over the last hour or so, and they are maintaining intensity through the peninsula here, and eventually will approach the Orlando area. And also, just pass over Interstate 75 for Ocala as they go through the peninsula, but very slowly. I think that the hail threat is going to persist here for a while through the night. The environment that's supportive of hail over here is continuous. It is going to last for quite some time, so Orlando will probably see some gnarly storms. Whether or not they'll get large hail tonight remains to be seen. But yeah, you guys are still you guys down here in the Orlando area and towards the coast as well. Still have another round of storms possible if these continue to persist and provide a damaging hail threat, first and foremost. So that's what's going on in Florida. Okay, so what we're seeing here is more than likely a bit of a contamination. Let's see. Brad Arnold is looking at this right now from the north. I don't think that this is a legitimate rotation here. I think what we're looking at is a little bit of contamination from the hail. Let's see if we can look at this from another radar just to make sure. I'm kind of concerned about the development of this storm near Waco, south or just west of the city. So in 20 seconds, I need a new velocity scan to look at this. Yeah, I think that the storm might be producing a tornado. Let's see. I can't really tell from what Brad's showing, but let's look at it anyways. So Brad is looking at this storm from the north. He's about to get in on some heavy rain again, approaching just from his the right-hand side of the screen. You can see the rain sheets coming in there, but I think that this is trying to begin rotating. You just can't quite see it in there. But yeah, concerning radar signatures starting to show up here, and we have Brad Arnold looking at it. So I'm trying to gauge what's going on here, but he's about to have to relocate here because he's about to be in the heavy rain once again here. 65-mile-an-hour wind gusts reported right around the airports here in Waco. So I still don't see anything on Brad's stream, but I want you guys to look at this latest radar update. Again, this is from the south, so we don't have hail contamination in here. From the best of my ability to tell, I think that this is not a legitimate signature here because it's back behind. You can see the central part of my screen here. This is where the rotation is that's showing up on the radar. I think this is not legitimate rotation. It is in the wrong spot. So in case Ryan looks at that, I want to make sure he's looking at the right thing here. So thanks, Ryan. I wanted to make sure that if you look at that latest radar scan for the Waco storm, the rotation that you might see is illegitimate, I believe, on this scan because it's back behind where the hook echo is showing up for the storm. So I think we're seeing a radar artifact there, and that's why Brad's stream isn't really showing us, something that looks particularly like it's dropping anything. I think that's not a legitimate rotation signature there, but still a concerning storm nonetheless. It looks primed, so we're watching it happen. The storm chasers are giving us those feeds, and the moment something is going on, we'll tell you about it. All right. Okay, so that's the latest there. All right, now Meridian, again, you guys are in another destructive severe thunderstorm warning. We have 4 of them, all for hail, baseball-size hail or larger here. Another storm's going to pass through the same areas. You guys aren't done like we've been talking about. The same is going to be true for Hillsboro, Abbott, West Texas here along Interstate 35. These storms from the west are still dropping very large hail. They're still going to track in your direction, and they're going to keep dropping hail as they go, so please be ready for that as they get there. Wow. Yeah, that's just all of these storms over here are dropping baseballs as they move through Mills County for Goldthwaite, Hamilton County, Bosque County here. All of these supercells are dropping baseballs here in this area. So this is gnarly storms, gnarly storms here. All right, so let me see again if I can get any sort of velocity scan here. Again, the tornadic part of the storm is moving right through the center of Waco right now. It's right to the west of the city here. So like it is a dangerous storm, but at the moment it doesn't appear to be producing a tornado, which is the best news. That's what we need to continue to hope. We have to hope that continues to be the case, and this doesn't produce a tornado. But right now, the latest scan as of 30 seconds ago still doesn't show us any, super tight rotation. But again, this storm is rotating weakly right in here. So this part of the storm is moving toward to the south, and this part is moving to the north. This indicates we have rotation right here over the center of Waco. It's just not tight rotation, but it can change in a matter of minutes, even seconds. So hopefully we can have a look at that. We have Brad Arnold going toward it. He's just in a bunch of trees. Brad's right up here, looking this direction. So, still watching this. Very concerning developing. Wow, another 4-inch hail report here near the Waco Regional Airport. So, oh my gosh. So this is a extremely destructive hail about to move through the northern part of Waco. Oh my goodness. All right, this is a this is a legitimate, um insurance nightmare here moving through this. If this amount of hail, if there are some isolated 4-inch hailstones moving through the north part of Waco here, man, I really hope this doesn't come together here. But there is a report of softball size hail there. We have to take it with a grain of salt. Hopefully, it's not widespread here, but there is a report that's come through there. So every frame is important here, but hopefully everybody in Waco is taking shelter as they go through it right now. I think the hail might be the most concerning part of the storm. And we're still watching Brad's feed. Now he's looking at the core of the storm that's going right over Waco right now. So this is what it looks like. This is what it looks like. I don't see anything in particular dropping out of the storm here or connecting with it. But Brad is, again, just south of where that 4-inch hail might be, near Belmead and Lacey Lakeview, right in the northern part of the Waco metro here. Okay, so still waiting on this. This is the latest scan going through Waco right now. Again, no tight rotation. No tight rotation right over downtown Waco. So right now, this is remaining the best case scenario. We don't see a tornado on the ground right now over Waco, but that again can change in seconds. So please continue to take shelter here, especially if you're north of Waco, getting in on this very large hail. You do not want to be there for that. It's still going strong here in Waco, still looking okay. All right, let's go through the rest of these storms. Again, I don't think this is pertinent, a tornado threat right now for Goldthwaite. I think as we get a county to the east, towards Coryell County, that's when we really start to see a concerning area in the environment for Gatesville as the storm moves in that direction. Let's get a track on it, actually. It looks like it's probably moving a little bit also to the southeast, so it's taking this track. This will move it right into the warm front, that's draped just to the north there. And that will promote another tornadic threat here with this storm in particular in Mills County over the next hour or so. That's my concern. It could even, this storm up here that Chris Hall is on could be close enough to the warm front as well. But I'm not certain. Right now we have due easterly winds in Hamilton, the town proper, just to the south of the storm here. So I'm not sure that this is close enough. but it is very, very close. So I'm going to continue to watch this. We also have Zach Hall's feed on my stream down in the bottom right. He's right out in front of this storm to the east of Hamilton. So again, two chasers to look at here that are on this storm that's close to the front. And when it really, if it's on the front, that's when it has a tornado threat. So that's what we're watching most closely here is any storm that's right along these lines here. So this one's very close, and this one is approaching from the west. So yeah, again, for Waco, you guys might get another strong storm at some point today. Once you make it through this one, it's not completely over. You're still in the threat today for more storms to pass through, and the hope is that nothing significant comes your way again, like the one that's there right now. Hopefully, no other one comes through. That's the one that's there right now, because that would be really unfortunate. But please continue to be wary of the storms today as this passes through. It's probably pretty loud there. Anybody in Waco proper? Tell me how loud it is there. I don't see any more baseball-size hail reports here, but there's still some large hail falling, an inch and a half diameter here, just on the northwest side of Waco. Wow. So once again, Hillsboro is going to be very close to this hailstorm near Walnut Springs right now. Hillsboro in Texas. Here's a look at the state where we're looking right here. Zoom in towards Hillsboro. This storm from the west is moving about east-southeast, just like this, along this blue arrow. So you're getting through one severe thunderstorm that's not tornadic. It's north of the warm front. It's elevated. That's what we say when it doesn't have a tornado threat. It can't connect to the surface here. All of the air that's going into the storm is well above the surface, and so we're not worried about a tornado reaching the ground.
A tornado warning has been issued.
But now we have this tornado warning for Goldthwaite. Oh, wow, so that did ramp up really quickly. Again, this isn't our radar hole, so this is a preventative tornado warning. So this is that preventative, this is a preventative warning since we're far away from a radar site. So for Goldthwaite, Center City, preventative warning right here. But this, again, is still my concern. As it goes to the east into Coryell County, it's going to continue to ride the warm front here. I don't like this storm, and I've been yammering on about it for like 20 minutes now, that this is going to be our problem, since this is where the front is. So we'll keep an eye out on that. Right now, this is a preventative warning since we're far away from a radar, but this means that you should be taking shelter in Mills County in Texas. So regardless of whether there's a tornado or not here, there's a lot of hail about to move into Goldthwaite. And hopefully, since we've been talking about it for a while, you were able to tell anybody in that area to get into shelter. Hopefully that is the case. So looking at Waco again, still a little bit more tight of a rotation here, but it's not powerful. It's not strong. So we could have a very brief tornado develop here, but right now it is not strong, not super impressive. If we go up in height, we can see again, there's just not really anything that's extremely close to, establishing itself here. So again, I think now that this is moving out of the east part of Waco, we're seeing the worst case scenario has not occurred here, which is always good news. But down the line, we're going to have to be concerned about Hallsburg and Mart here east of Waco, eventually into Limestone County, anywhere from Cossie through Thornton and Groesbeck here. Down the line, we need to be thinking about Limestone County for the path of this supercell. It is out in front of all the storms that may start to congeal together into a line. So this will probably remain a supercell riding the warm front for quite some time. So we are concerned for Groesbeck. We are concerned for Limestone County. This has the potential to remain a problem for quite some time out into these areas. If I look at the observations out here, it is literally right on the warm front here in Limestone County into Leon County, northern Robertson County. All these areas are right on the warm front, and this is a supercell out on its lonesome here ahead of everything else. So I think this is going to remain a problem for a while, and I'll tell Ryan about that. I want Ryan to know about that. Thanks, Ryan. Yeah, I wanted to talk about the Waco storm now. For our friends in Limestone County in Texas and out ahead. This is going to remain, I think, a discrete supercell for quite some time. It's out in front of every other storm that's going to congeal into a line with time tonight. And out in front of it, the warm front is really draped right across Limestone County, Northern Falls County, and into Leon County down the line. So this is just going to stay on that warm front for quite some time, which means it's probably going to continue to warrant these tornado warnings for all of our friends in Thornton and Groesbeck, down the line towards Jewett and north of Centerville and right in those areas, all into Leon County. I think we're going to be watching this one for a while, especially as our tornado threat increases with the additional nadir juice that we're going to get into the night, or the winds about a mile above the surface for those curious. That's this one will be one that we watch, and also that one in Mills County that I mentioned earlier. That one's probably not going to remain discrete or by itself for as long. It's going to get caught up in the line of storms that develop here. But again, that's my primary concern because that is also going to be right on the warm front, which is where our conditional tornado threat is realized today. Okay. Good stuff there, guys. Good stuff there. So, yep, keep thinking about our friends over here. Really hoping that this doesn't produce any tornadoes, but I think we're going to be watching them for quite some time here. And I think that all of the storms up here north of Hamilton hopefully should remain just hailstorms and not tornado producers. But I think these two right here in between this double arrow here, this is right along the warm front, and I think this is really where we're most concerned for the next few hours. Really, is the path of these two supercells are going to be my primary concern, unless this one up here near Hamilton continues to track south and east to where it can actually catch up with the warm front. But as you can see right now, it's mostly just staying on an easterly path. So I think it's too far north to have a tornado associated with it. All right, so let's see. Brad Arnold again is staying out in front of the storm. It's moving a little more quickly now, but it's still about 30 miles an hour. So he's staying out in front of it on State Road or County Road 164 here, east of Waco. So again, Hallsburg and Mart be taking shelter. Start thinking about taking shelter out ahead in Limestone County, Texas, and Northern Falls County. So Perry and Otto. The storm will pass kind of close to y'all here in central Texas. So again, I'm not too sure that Waco will really be out of the line of sight for another storm as we go through the night here. If we have this gap between storms that goes right through Waco, you might avoid the worst of another hailstorm moving through or something. But I do think that Interstate 35 corridor here, south of Waco, is really going to be paying attention with time here. And all these storms back to the west, they're going to continue to develop. So Austin, Texas, you guys will get in on severe weather down the line tonight as these become a line of storms and move through this area with time. So really, we're going to transition into a hail and wind threat and a spin-up tornado threat, which means weak tornadoes. Almost always these will be weak tornadoes, but there will be a tornado threat even as far south as Austin, Texas, maybe even a little bit further south than that as we go through the night. So not going to be over, and as it goes into that line of storms, if Ryan does decide to end, then I will stay on a little bit further so we can track any sort of spin-up tornadoes that might occur with radar here. Gold stars for everyone. Thank you, Desiree. Yeah, the hope is that we're working together really efficiently here. You're watching the back end of what I really look at to report to Ryan. I've been working with Ryan for over a year now, so every time you've heard me come in, if you're new to our channels or our streams and just what we do, every time I come in, it's because I'm looking at stuff like this. But now I'm talking while I'm doing it. And really, what's nice is that the last few streams that I've done on this channel, thank you everybody who has been here for those. You know, if you're not here, or there's much fewer people here today for now watching the meteorology part of this, that's fine. I don't care if there's 1,000 people here or 14,000. It doesn't matter to me as long as we're doing this work together and making sure that all odds and ends are met and that we can have the best coverage possible. So let people know all the same here that we have this part going on, but I will host everybody from Ryan's stream later down the line if that's what needs to be done. So it doesn't matter. We're doing good work together. And of course, thank you guys for the support. If you sent along anything, thank you, Reba. I appreciate it. Anybody who's sent along support here, thank you for making it worth the time too. It helps me out. Helps me continue to do this for y'all. So a quick shout out to y'all doing that. All right. So man, this storm up here again is rotating quite a bit here, but we're really seeing I think this is legitimate rotation near Olin. So this is north of Hamilton, but again, I think this is elevated. So yeah, the storm's rotating a mile above the surface, sure. 2 miles above the surface. It's moving around pretty rapidly, right? But I don't think that this is moving as rapidly at the surface. I don't think it has the chance to produce a tornado here at the surface, but we might still see this become tornado warned because it is very close to the warm front, which is right here around Hamilton. So if you're wondering why it looks so intense for a while here in Hamilton County, Texas, and you're like, man, why are they not warning this storm? That's the reason why. It's because it is north of the warm front, our key feature today for distinguishing whether a storm has a hail threat or a tornadic threat and a hail threat with it. So that is why the National Weather Service is like maybe not following what you would expect. There are multiple things that they are looking at, multiple things I'm looking at too. So that's the reason why, in case you wanted a brief lesson. Let's look at what Brad's looking at here. Do you see this? Yeah, take a look at that. Look at the inflow right here on the right side of my screen, right next to me. You can see that inflow tail, those feeder bands are going into the lowering part of the storm here. Brad is out in front of this in Hallsburg, and on the latest scan of velocity here, I actually see there's some pretty tight rotation here. It's kind of small, but it's right along the road, and we're just watching the clouds feed into that really rapidly. So I think this is a developing tornadic situation, another attempt from this storm at producing something here. And yeah, you could just see the movement there, pretty nicely. Thank you, Sarah. I appreciate the support. So you see all that movement going into this. This is what it looks like on the radar. See, here's our rotation right here, right along the road to the west of Brad. Brad is sitting right here east of Hallsburg. So that's literally what you're looking at right now. This is one of the best, here's what it looks like, in person, and here's what it looks like on the radar. It's one of the best cases you can see there. One of the best cases you can see there for some verification. I think we're still looking at this live. Yep, this is still live. You can see the movement in there. So very nice look from Brad Arnold at what this storm looks like as it tries again to possibly produce a tornado here in that low part of the storm. You could see the wall cloud is now developed and can be seen quite a bit better than about a minute ago. So you can see in the middle of the frame here, it's a very like fat, very thin layer, but it is lower. And we see what is looking like a wall cloud in there. I think the threat may have already lost its mojo here, lost its strength. We just see a bunch of contamination right in here now, and our legitimate rotation would be right here, just to the north here. So this hook is kind of this hook is kind of disorganized now. So we'll see what that does with time. But right now, I think that that brief attempt we saw was not realized, but we did get to see those feeder bands going into the storm, which is pretty cool. Pretty cool. But again, that's just one attempt at the next 5 to 10 attempts I think this thing is going to have as it passes to the east through Limestone County and just rides that warm front for an hour, 2 hours. We'll see how long it lasts, but well out ahead of this, I think we have to be thinking of our friends from Centerville, Buffalo, everybody out ahead of here, even as far east as Crockett in Texas. We have to be thinking about all of them out in front of the storm because I think that's the path it's going to take, and I think it will continue to pose a threat if it remains a mature storm like it is right now. Thank you, Grape Ape. Appreciate it. $10 worth of rain in Kansas City. Well, if I could make it rain there, I'd be happy to help out. I think we take all of our wins here though and say that Southwest Kansas and that extreme drought got some good rainfall recently, so that's always good news for them over there. Hopefully we can start to quell the drought there that's in place. Thank you, Sabman for the for the support as well. All right, so a new tornado warning here
A new
for
tornado
Bosque
warning
County
has
and
been
Hamilton.
issued.
So this now has a tornado warning with it. We've been talking about it for a while now, whether or not it would get a tornado warning. Now it does. So this storm is tornado warned right on the edge of the warm front here. So that's Zach Hall is on that storm. So we have Zach Hall's feed in the bottom right of the stream. He's right here. And that tornado warning is going to come through, I think, for this storm in particular. Again, now Meridian, Texas, and Clifton. As far north as Meridian, Texas is going to be in another warning. Like I said, it wasn't done for y'all. So there you go. So we'll see that. Hopefully that will come through soon here. So yeah, that'll be up there for Bosque County. There we go. There we go. So that's the reason why it took a while for the storm to get warned or have a warning associated with it. It's because it's very close, if not north of the warm front, and I would have been hesitant to issue a tornado warning on this as well. So let's take a look at a radar site that's a little bit closer, just in case that's going to tell us more about what's happening. So let's go a little bit closer to the storm and see if this gives us a better look at what's happening here into Bosque County. Go to 2 panels for y'all there. Woo. Okay, so let's look at this storm from the Fort Worth radar. It looks disorganized in here, but so this is our warning here. Let's see if we can look at a trend of it. We have to download more data to understand what's going on with the storm. We can also look up with height. We can see the rotation is probably right in here near to the west of Cranfill's Gap. So this should pass south of Meridian, but Meridian, Texas might get in on some of the hail in this storm. And all of these storms over here are, extremely dangerous storms with baseball-size hail still persisting in the area. So, you just don't want to be outside of for this at all. So yeah, so let's go back through some of the data here. We can see that the rotation was tight. It's tight, but not necessarily established with the storm here for a while now as it approached this area. But and again, we don't have a legitimate rotation signature in here. This is in an area of clear air, so this is not necessarily legitimate. I would say if you center the pane here, this is where the rotation is via the rainfall. So it's not in an area where we would expect, a tornado to be developing. And then the orientation of this storm, you can see how it drops back like this instead of a hook out in front like this. it kind of drops back a little bit. This tells me that it's not necessarily tornadic at the moment. It's struggling to rotate because it has this orientation to it in particular. So all these little fine details that we look at for these storms can tell us, what's going on with each new scan that we get every couple minutes. So no debris signature is going to be noted with this. There is not a tornado ongoing with this storm yet, but it has the potential to produce one here if it is right along the warm front here. So very close, very difficult to tell. This is why the now casting element of the stream is so important. All right, another look over here on the storm that Brad Arnold's on. Still a little bit disorganized. We're watching to see if anything will really come together on this, but I don't think it is doing too well right now as it goes into Limestone County, but there may be another tornado warning issued for this again through Northern Falls County, the northeastern tip of it, and through central Limestone County. So Groesbeck and Thornton out ahead of this. Be aware that a tornado warning might be coming through for your area, as the storm is very close to the warm front here, and may continue to pose a tornado threat as it passes through these counties. All right, let's look for our friends in Florida again real quick, see how these storms are doing. We have a severe thunderstorm warning now south of Ocala. So Marion County, a huge county here. The storm is moving through. These have persisted. They have hail cores in pink here. So you can see all these pink parts of the storms here that I'm circling. There's deep reds and pinks right in the center there. Those are hail storms, so that's what we're gonna expect here. This one down here near Bay Lake and Eva, this is gonna be the one that approaches Orlando here in Florida and may drop some hail in the city, in the metro area here. If we play that back, we can see, actually, maybe it's the northern one. Generally, these are staying steady state, not moving very fast, so at any point they can develop to the north. We can see them exhibit multi-cell structure here where they sort of propagate off each other, and a new one develops up here and a new one develops up here as we go in time. But right now they are just moving in this direction, so possibly this one is a stronger storm back here near Bushnell. This one might be the one to move into the southern Orlando metro. We've still got quite some time for them to reach over there, though. They're moving very slowly moving storms. But eventually they will make their way over to Interstate 4. Going through Orlando. So that's the next area of concern, anywhere for Kissimmee and Orlando. Eventually toward the coast again for another round at some hail. Maybe south of Gainesville, Florida. But only a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings for hail are in place. This is going to remain a developing situation, I think, but our concern for these areas is hail. All right, so 4.5-inch hail reported in Waco. Good grief. Train spotter reports 4.5-inch hail. Another 4-inch hail report, so this has remained consistent right across the north side of Waco here. Jeez. That's one of the largest hail reports I've seen come through this radar program, so this radar software, rather. Gee. I I don't know what you guys are seeing on, if there's anything on social media yet with this kind of stuff, but that's not going to be inexpensive. That is going to be an insurance nightmare, like I mentioned. So we have another report confirming that. So that is an absolute nightmare for insurance. Belmead. Somebody in here said they were in Belmead, right? Did you guys see any of this hail? Definitely don't be outside in it. You should be okay, besides some lightning occurring. But there's another baseball-sized hail report that just came through. Wow. That is Very, very large hail. Some of the largest hail I think Ryan and I have covered in the last year or so. 4.5 inch hail. You have damage there, Tammy. Yeah, I think you were the one that said you were in Belmead. Retweeted the size of the hail. Wow. Actually, I do want to see that. I want to see what that hail looked like. I'm not going to show it on the stream, obviously, but I am curious to see. There's a 3 inch hail stone east of Waco. I see that coming through. Maybe even 3.5 inches. There's a Dublin, Texas, with a swimming pool just getting absolutely monster. Wow. Yeah, the hail today is unreal. China Spring, Texas, 4 inch hail. Yeah, this is definitely legit. This is going all through social media right now. All those hailstones, man. That is massive hail. Massive hail. Yeah, that hand holding hail is in China Springs, which is back here. So this is this area where 4 inch hail fell. So that's a legit report right there. So it looks like the hail, worst of it, passed right through this arrow here. Right through this arrow here. If we play that back, we can see what happened. So there's the 4.5 inch hail. It fell right here. You can see that coming through right there on that hail core. It doesn't necessarily need to be like the darkest pinks here, the darkest reds that drop the heaviest hail. But yeah, that's what happened there. So
A
there's
new tornado warning has been issued.
these were the signatures right here that produced 4 inch hail. So this dark red here is not necessarily all those pinks and purples we were looking at. Even that can produce a 4 inch, 4.5 inch hailstone and baseball size hail. That's a one heck of a storm. If you follow me on Twitter, Tammy, I happily will take that. If you want to show that on the stream, if you have a picture of it, definitely find me on Twitter. Here, I'll drop a link for you in the chat. Drop a link for you in the chat so you can send that to me on Twitter. My messages should be open. You wish you had Twitter? You can make an account really quickly here. I bet it'll only take you a couple minutes if you want to send that through. Then you don't have to use it ever again. But yeah, I'd love to share that. If you're safe there in Belmead, you can share that along. College Station, you guys are going to get on a wind and hail threat here. Everywhere from north of San Antonio through Austin, College Station. This line of storms back in here is going to congeal, or all of these storms back in here are going to congeal into a line and go south and east with time, even through Nacogdoches, through central Louisiana, Lake Charles, and then they're going to persist through tomorrow and then redevelop a little bit into the morning for Houston. They may go a little bit faster, so it might be early morning for Houston at some point that you guys get in on wind and hail, maybe an isolated tornado warning. So yeah, be thinking about that. That's the progression of the storms. Really, right now is the most concerning time for tornadoes over the next couple hours. I think it will decrease besides spin-up tornadoes with time tonight. So that's the case for everyone in College Station, Austin, Texas. Let people know that ahead of time is going to be the places we cover for a few hours tonight. So here's our new tornado warning. Again, like I've been talking about, going through Limestone County into Groesbeck here. And now this is probably the most concerning I've seen this storm look today. This is not good. We have Brad Arnold's feed. Let's take a quick look at that. What is he seeing there? Nothing in particular, but he is right in front of this rotation that's quickly ramping up here. Don't like the look of this. It's not super consistent with height, but again, what I'm looking at is about a mile above the surface, so Brad is going to need to stay ahead of this storm because it's dropping baseballs right where he is. He's going to be right in the path of the baseballs here. I think he's going to want to stay ahead of that. So baseballs are back in this storm. You're looking at clouds right now that are dropping baseball size hail back in there somewhere. That's gnarly. So that's what we're watching right now. You can see maybe even a little bit of that greenish tint there on the left side of the screen. If that looks a little bit green to you, it's because there's a bunch of hail in the storm. No doubt about that whatsoever. So pretty interesting look there at what, really what a hail core looks like. One that's dropping a baseball size hail. All right, so again, that's what this looks like. Here's our newest velocity scan. I think this is going to develop a tornado very, very soon here. Ryan's looking at that from Fort Worth. That's what it looks like from Fort Worth. It's much less organized. I'm going to tell him to look at it from the GRK radar. Just got to bring up thing here so I can talk to Ryan. He'll let me know when I can go through after Brad's done. Oh man, so yeah, dang, this is quite the hailstorm. Thanks, Ryan. I want you to look at this storm from the GRK radar. That'll give you a much better idea versus the mess that you're seeing from the Fort Worth radar. You can play back the loop of the last few scans there and see that this rotation's rapidly coming together here, and I'm pretty concerned as it passes into Limestone County here. So, like I said, this is still on the warm front, still going to pose a tornadic threat. Probably over the next couple hours, eventually towards Jewett, Buffalo, and Centerville into Leon County. So we've got some time to go for this storm. Ooh. Ouch! Just had a gnarly hangnail, guys. Ow, that hurt a lot. That's gonna distract me for the next hour or so because that hurt. Oof. Dang it, man. Stupid hangnail. So yeah, I think that this is the most concerning signature I've seen today. If you want to see the rotation, it's right in here, east of Hallsburg. So we've got Brad Arnold right ahead of that. Every frame that comes in here, we're going to see new velocity data in 20 seconds. Every frame that comes in here is pretty concerning. I think Tyler, Texas will be okay. Less of a tornado threat in the night. Absolutely confined to the south of y'all over there. I think you're mostly through the weather today. Might see another storm, but I think most of it will stay to your south there in Tyler. Yeah, there's our new velocity data. We can go up in height and see that, yeah, there's still consistent rotation with this storm. I think that this might be producing a brief tornado right now, kind of in that mess. You see Brad's trying to stay on County Road or State Road 164 here into Limestone County. So he's trying to stay ahead of this thing. He's going to be shrouded in rain for some time. Yeah, so verification of this expected continuation of this tornado warning is verifying quite well. Yes, Austin will get in on some strong storms later tonight. We're going to watch the progression of all of these back in here into a single system, a bunch of storms in a line. We call it a mesoscale convective system, and that will pass, that will go all sorts of directions from south through Austin along Interstate 35 and all the way east into Louisiana. So this is going to be a massive line of storms here that's going to last through the night, even into the early morning. But as it comes together into that line of storms, it is going to lose the most significant tornado threat. It is going to become more of a damaging wind, tons of heavy rain and lightning. So it'll keep you up, but I don't think that the tornado threat is going to be at its highest once it gets to y'all in Austin and College Station and so forth down the line. You will see storms. But our primary concern here still is in, and probably now to the south, right around the Waco area here. This is our primary concern with this supercell back here moving in, this one up here moving in, and this one moving east of Interstate 35 now. So all of these storms are our primary concerns. Hillsboro now is in a destructive severe thunderstorm warning as well. So like I said, you guys are going to get in on another storm there. It looks like it's passing pretty close. Might go pretty close to Hillsboro. And there's our new tornado warning for Bosque County, or a continuation of it, rather. So this tornado warning has been continued. So we're not seeing this canceled yet. But again, I think that this might be just north of the warm front. I don't think this is going to be too... I think it's going to be difficult for this storm to produce a tornado. I think it's too far north as it stands right now, but it is rotating. Is this one your goal to wait for all of you over there that hopefully are still taking shelter as this moves through your area? Just for a while, it's a good idea to do so. This one's kind of fallen apart in its structure. Parts of it have moved faster out ahead of it than the rest of it here. Really looks like it's a disorganized supercell, but we may see this take shape again, especially as it gets to Coryell County. That's really where I'm concerned here. Coryell County is where I'm concerned that this one is going to ramp up here. So east of Event into Gatesville in Texas here. That's my concern. Still really concerned about this storm in particular. So we're watching. I have a close eye on that one, especially as it gets closer to this radar site. We can have a better look at it. All right. Yeah, I think Austin. I don't think Austin, Texas, will see a tornado tonight. The chance for something to come right through there is pretty darn low. Pretty darn low. But you know, the strong line of storms, a strong system of storms, the MCS is what we call those, is going to pass through your area in some form. So we'll see that. Just posted. Okay, Tim. Okay, did you at me? Or did you? If you did post it, then I'll need you to post the link in the chat. I think it should be able to come through. Yeah, so then we can take a look at that. I appreciate it, Tammy. Thanks for doing this. Since Tammy is in Belmead, just went through the hail core there. That's dropped 4.5-inch hail, 4-inch hail right through the northern part of Waco. Now, I think Georgia should be mostly okay. There are gonna be some heavy rain storms that move through the area, but I don't think the severe threat is gonna be too high for y'all in the near term. All right, so let's look at all the storms now. So yeah, Hillsboro will get in on another hailstorm right around this area. Again, this is not expected to be a tornado threat up here for Hillsboro. If you're just joining, this is going to be a hailstorm as it's north of the area that could produce tornadoes here in central Texas. That's pretty big. Yes, you did. Did you link it? How is everybody able to see in the chat? Where did you post that at? Yeah, you guys said thank you and said it's big. Why am I not able to see it? Oh my goodness! I would show you guys if I had the link to it. I checked my Twitter feed there. I didn't see it come through. maybe I just can't see the link that came through. Scan in the chat. I don't see it come through. Oh, search her name? Okay, so she just made it the exact thing. Okay, I'll search that. Thank you. All right, let's see if that comes through. Ah, thank you. There we go. I got it. All right, so Tammy's taken a video here, a brief video here. Thank you, Tammy, for sending that along. Let me see if I can pull it up. All right, so this is Tammy's feed of the baseball size hail that fell in Belmead, right in this area. So there's a yeah, you just don't want that to land on your head. Imagine picking one of those up in your yard. Like you just don't want. Like man, that's falling all around you. Like hundreds of those are hitting the roof of your house as it passes through. It is gruesome. So yeah, thanks for sending this along here. I appreciate the look at that. Definitely a verification of what came through and all these super large hail reports in and around Waco, Texas. Broker window came through your. That's the one that came through your window. So yeah, this is clearly breaking glass, doing damage, And even larger than that, the speed that such a large hailstone is falling, it can fall faster the larger it is. That can do damage to your roof if it gets any larger than that. Might even come through the roof. I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised if somebody in northern Waco had hailstones come through their roof. I would not be surprised at that. Definitely would smash through any. It would definitely smash through any skylights. No doubt about that. All right, so let's take another look as this passes into Groesbeck County, or not, or Limestone County in Groesbeck, Texas. Here, a bunch of garbled data here north of Otto, right in the corner of Falls County here in Texas. So we need to go high up in the atmosphere to see, just in case. We need some legitimate data to look at. So let's play back the loop here and analyze what's going on with the storm. We can see perhaps what's happening here is this part of the storm is pushing down pretty rapidly here. So this is our rear flank. You can see how much more stretched out the supercell is becoming in the last 20 minutes. See how it's like stretching out more north and south? It was pretty compact back in here. It was like kind of squished, and like a squished dude back in here. And now it looks more like this. So the hook echo is very far removed. It's giant. And I think that this tells me this part of the storm is pushing down here. And the moment that winds from the warm front kind of connect up into here, again, that could really give us a beefy tornado here very, very shortly. And it looks like the primary area of concern for that would be Thornton, Texas, possibly even as far south as Cossie. So really concerned about this tornado moving in this general direction back down into this area. Pretty scary stuff here. Definitely don't be so scared. Don't be scared, but be prepared. This is a scary situation, but use that motivation, that momentum to your advantage to take shelter here. Practice taking shelter and be aware of it out ahead of this towards Jewett, Centerville, Marquez, Leona, Buffalo, Texas, here into Leon County. This is north of Madisonville. This storm is going to persist for some time. In fact, you can see the warm front. You can see some of the outflow boundaries right here. This is a mixture of the outflow boundary and the warm front right here along this blue line. You see that showing up right there? That's feeding right into this. That's literally right along where the supercell is passing. So winds are feeding right into it, right along the front there. So this is the warm front showing up, or also an outflow boundary. Literally, the gust front that's coming out of the storm is being realized right here from the radar. So this is something we can look at, these subtle cues that tell us that this storm is probably going to become tornadic or retain its tornadic potential here for quite some time. So there's a look at that. I think that this storm up here, the tornado warning up here, is going to be allowed to expire. Now that we have this boundary down here, I think that this storm up here is going to remain elevated as it approaches Waco again. Very possible that this storm goes through parts of Waco that were just impacted and dropping some more hail. I think the tornado threat should remain lower with it, though. I think that we kind of have a boundary like this now that the storm has passed through. So Waco is in a bit of some rain-cooled air right now, and that should limit the potential for this next storm moving through the area, whether it's to the north or whether it continues to develop south as it moves through. I think it should remain less of a threat. But you can watch it. You can watch it develop more to the southwest in the last few scans there. So it does look like this area is going to be stormy once again. And possibly large hail can fall through here once again. All right. All these storms to the west here near San Saba, headed into Lampasas County here. These ones don't look as tornadic anymore. Again, I'm still concerned with this storm. It's kind of lost its organized look here though near Event as it goes into Coryell County. I'm not sure if this will realize the same thing that this one over here is going through. I'm not sure if it's going to be right along that warm front effectively, or if it's just going to be a part of the line of storms that's developing here. So we'll keep a close eye on it, but if it does, it's in the right environment to potentially become tornadic. So hopefully that isn't realized. Hopefully we don't have another, supercell structure here that's in the perfect spot to produce tornadoes. So really hoping that doesn't happen. But yeah, again, I think everyone in Hillsborough, Corsicana here, along the line of this storm, the path of this storm, even as far south as Fairfield. These are the areas that are north of the tornado potential. So these areas in particular are just going to see the hail threat and some damaging wind, heavy rain. The tornado threat is just south of y'all. Just south of y'all. So yeah, Waco's done with besides some heavy showers moving through for now. But I think Waco is going to get in. Some parts of Waco are going to get in on this cell coming in from the west once again. And there may be some more hail associated with that. You're in Limpassus. So yeah, it looks like the storms are going to move through all of Limpassus here in some way. But again, I think that right now it doesn't look like any of them are too tornadic in nature. All right, let's take a brief look at Florida once again. Let's take another look at Florida, see how our storms down there are doing. Now we've got a lot more severe thunderstorm warnings. Okay, so this looks a lot more like our hailstorms expected to persist through the evening here. So yeah, like I said hours ago that these were expected to remain hailstorms for a while, and we're seeing that happen here. It looks like Kissimmee is most directly in the line of sight for this hailstorm. That's moving generally in this direction. We actually even had we have several hailstorms developing here. So anyone around Polk City, Davenport here in Florida, up through Lowman, through the Kissimmee area, and into the Orlando metro, especially the southern Orlando metro, looks to be getting in on some hail in the next couple hours. These are moving pretty slowly. You can see how slow these are moving. This is every 2 minutes that these are being scanned here. So again, half an hour, it's moved a little bit. So this is going to take some time to get to your area, but it does look like parts of Kissimmee, southern Orlando, are going to see hail, going to see a bunch of lightning down here especially. And the same is true for Ocala, which I've been talking about. Golf ball size hail at Ocala. So is anyone in Ocala? Is that how you pronounce that too? I'm pretty sure that's right. Huge hail core going through here. So I think this is worth talking about to Ryan here. Let's see which way this moon's moving. So one of them's moving to the northeast. This one over here near Raleigh, Raleigh, Florida, is moving to the southeast. One near Gainesville, probably dropping some small hail as well. But we're really watching to see, when the hail cores really mature here as they approach the metro area down here. And as they eventually move, toward the coast once again, another round of hailstorms expected. All right, so yeah, that's a look at our friends in Kissimmee, Orlando, Haines City, Davenport in Florida. All in that area is where these hailstorms are tracking next. Just moved through Ocala and dropped a golf ball size hail. Yeah, this is the Disney World area. I think we might see this go just to the south of Disney World. Dang it. Ryan's paying attention to my stream. I wanted to tell him about that, but now he's looking at Florida, so I'll let him go through it. I was going to tell him about it. I just got done analyzing all that so I could come through. Silly Ryan. We're working together here. All right, there we go. Okay. All right, so once again, current tornado warnings probably be allowed to expire here in Bosque County in Texas as the storm gets closer to the northern part of Waco once again. Hopefully, it doesn't go through the areas that just saw softball size hail. But our other warning that will persist for quite some time is moving through the west side of Limestone County in Texas now. Right near Thornton is our area of primary concern. As far as we can tell, no tornado on the ground yet, but we have Brad Arnold looking at that. He stopped on the side of the road, so let me show you guys what Brad's looking at here. So this is Brad's feed looking south or west southwest from Groesbeck into the hook of this storm. You can see several areas of lowering there, several areas of lowered clouds. The heavy rain and the hail core is off right here next to me on the right side of the screen from the look at this storm here. So a little bit of a disorganized look here near Otto. But I think that area of lowering right in the center of the screen there is the one to be watching there from a chaser perspective. That's what we're looking at there with that zoom in. Yeah, definitely a small but a localized wall cloud right there. You can even see a little bit of the air feeding into it on the left side of the lowering there in the center of the screen. You can see that tail kind of feeding into it. If that's not just rain smudging his windshield there, I think that's some of the air feeding into that. So you can see maybe what looks like the funnel that he's reported on Ryan's stream right in there. You see that? See that rotating right in there? You can see the horseshoe shape. I wish I could draw on this. But there's a horseshoe shape of the cloud. Out in front, you have the darker contrast, and in the back, you have the lighter contrast. So you can see it wrapping around like that. So this part is moving. This part closer to Brad is moving to the right, and the back in the left or back in the distance there, it's moving to the left. So there's your rotation in the storm, and back in the left side, so back further down there, that's where we would expect a funnel to drop down in that horseshoe shape of the cloud. So that's where we would see a possible tornado come through. If something does drop down there, that's a good look at the cloud right there. Ocala, Apple, Ocala, thank you. So that's a look at the storm currently. Now you can just see into the heavy rain, the hail core right there. Now he's going to drive toward that area of concern. So let me show you what he's looking at. This is what he's looking at on the radar. Disconnected rotation right here east of Otto in Texas, and Brad's up here. So this is Brad's circle right here. He's looking this direction into the hook of that storm coming down. Yeah, Brad Adair's a little closer. We have his feed too on Ryan's stream. It's a little bit choppy because there's not great service out here on the roads. But yeah, he's down here. We have two chasers on this storm, tracking it as it keeps up with the warm front here. So you can see once again that outflow boundary / warm front is stuck right here, right along the hook of the storm. It's kind of wrapped up right in there. So all this air is pretty efficiently getting into the storm, at least at this point of where we're looking at here, which is about a mile above the surface. So still right along the warm front, still has a tornado threat as a result of that. Also watching this one near Star and Event, Texas. Again, it's going to pass through northern Lampasas County, north of Adamsville, into Coryell County before it eventually reaches areas of Interstate 35, probably between Belton here in Bell County, right around the Temple area. That's probably the path it's going to take with time over the next hour and a half or so. Yeah, anywhere down along Interstate 35 through Austin, you guys are going to see the storms back in here quite a few hours from now, maybe 2-3 hours from now, as they continue to develop, congeal together, and pose a damaging wind threat, and also some hail. It's really going to be a lot of lightning. It's going to be one of those gnarly springtime storms moving through. But I think the tornado threat is going to be lower for y'all down there in Austin. Round Rock, into as we go into the nighttime hours. Right now, I think is when, or the next couple hours is when our tornado threat is highest. But it's with these storms in particular that are right along the warm front here. So this one over there and this one near Gatesville. To best of my ability to tell here, I think that this storm is still kind of on the warm front as it passes into Coryell County. So again, that's the one I'm watching most closely for tornado potential next up. There we go. We got Waco once again in a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. So here it is right here in this red box. The storm is moving generally east, and Waco is in another severe thunderstorm warning that is warned for baseball-sized hail, which means that, yeah, you guys are probably going to hear the sirens again if they do sound them there, so I'll let Ryan know that. So Ryan, we've been watching the storm west of Waco now. Has been developing a little bit to its south and west as it moves east. So that part of the storm is actively developing, and now there's another destructive severe thunderstorm warning in place again for parts of Waco as well. That are going to see up to baseball size hail again. So if you've already had your windows smashed, I had somebody show me their windows smashed here with baseball size hail in Waco. You have another storm moving through. It's not over. You might hear the sirens again, especially if the sirens make it through smashed windows. You might be able to hear them. But they'll probably sound the sirens again for this next destructive severe thunderstorm warning moving through the same areas, especially right along Interstate 35 there into McLennan County. So again, the tornado threat, I think, it's too far north. The storm is going to be elevated, which means no tornado threat with it, but it will pose once again, a very damaging hail threat, especially in already impacted areas. Wow. So yeah, geez, this might be one of the most expensive hailstorms or day of hailstorms, multiple hailstorms for Waco for a very long time. So letting you guys know about that ahead of time. You have another round coming through. It's going to get loud again. Hopefully not 4-inch hail again. Hopefully not baseballs again. Hopefully nothing, but it's probably going to be stormy another round. And then you should be done. You should be done after this one. So one more to go. Buckle up the hatches again, and get ready. Be in your safe spots away from glass, and then just ride it through one more time here. So there you go. This tornado warning is moving through Limestone County now. I think this is going to be our only tornado warning left here in just a short time. But we may see this storm back here begin to develop again. I'm most concerned probably about this leading part here into Coryell County. All right, let's take a look at the storm moving into Louisiana. It's got a hail core on it once again. I called out Sabine Parish like an hour ago or something at this point, as the storm was back near Henderson, Texas. Large hail moving in once again. Would not be surprised if this storm was warned for baseballs again here as it heads towards Many, Louisiana. Zwol, Noble, Fort Jessup here. This is going to go south of Natchitoches, but eventually will reach Interstate 49, maybe even get as far south and east as Alexandria, Louisiana, if it continues to pose a damaging hail threat like this. Look at the hail on this is significant. We see another large hail spike here. Large hail spike. So we're looking from the Shreveport radar through the south. The radar beams coming from this direction, going right through the hail core here in the pink and the purples. And then we see this spike show up on the radar. That tells us that very large hail is falling. So Wally, thank you. So Wally is good to know. Good to know. So again, wouldn't be surprised if another destructive storm warning comes through here into Sabine Parish. So let me see if I can tell Ryan about that one too. Now my color isn't coming through for Ryan. Change the lights. change the lights. Oh, there we go. Now it's coming through. A little bit of a delay there. Yeah, Ryan, while you were going through all the storms, actually, I was prepped to tell you about this one passing into Sabine Parish in Louisiana here. I would not be surprised if we get another destructive severe thunderstorm warning into the parish here. This storm might even persist as far south and east as Alexandria in Louisiana, because we have another huge hail spike coming out of it from the Shreveport radar, which tells us that very large hail is falling right in the core of this. So Noble, Louisiana, and Zawali, that's how you pronounce that, and to Minnie, Louisiana, is about to get in on a gnarly hailstorm here. Once again, this one has persisted, so we'll see how much longer it lasts and dropping huge hail here. But again, not surprised if we get an upgrade to this severe thunderstorm for hail. Before Texas is storm free, Texas will have storms in some part of the state for probably the next 12 hours or so. Eventually, all these ones back in here are expected to continue to develop and move as far south as San Antonio here with wind and hail, and as far south and east as Houston, reach the Gulf of Mexico. Manny, got it. Manny, Louisiana. Lots of different pronunciations here. So eventually, these storms are all going to pass into the Gulf, through Louisiana, through Texas, through the Houston area. And it is going to be a stormy early morning for y'all down there in Houston, stormy night through parts of southeast Texas. So lots of time to go for storms to move out. They are going to persist for quite some time. Yeah, I know. I'm every single stream we learn more and more about the pronunciations in Louisiana. Happy to help. All right, continuation of this tornado warning into Limestone County. I mean, the way it looks on radar is pretty disorganized. I wouldn't be surprised if we didn't see a continuation of this warning for now. It looks a little, it does look disorganized. I don't think that we have a pertinent tornadic threat, but again, we're looking about a mile up into the storm here. So not certain if, and we are going to enter a radar hole again here. So this storm is going to be less and less sampled well here, unfortunately. So there, as we go through the evening hours and this storm persists, especially into Leon County, we might start to see preventative tornado warnings come through for Buffalo and to Centerville. All these places out ahead of this storm as it travels this direction. Again, would not be surprised if we see preventative warnings here, because this is a radar hole. So it's hard to tell what's happening at the surface. We'll have Brad Arnold on it for a while, but we're losing daylight here over the next hour or two pretty rapidly. So again, I think that we might see preventative warnings because the storm is going to continue to rotate. It's going to continue to be on the warm front, and that means it's going to have the chance at producing a tornado for quite some time if it stays here. So more warnings are probably likely to come through for Leon County to Houston County, Texas, down the line here as this continues. Let people know that's what's expected. The purple coloring on the velocity map is range folding. So yeah, it's just a bunch of there's limitations to what the radar can sample as it goes up in height. Some of these variables are very temperamental. They're hard to sample. We have algorithms going into what the radar is scanning, and that fixes a lot of the data already into into something that we can work with and actually observe and have some consistency with. So yeah, some of the artifacts there are present. Pronunciations in California mostly easier. Yeah, you can assume any Hispanic pronunciations or any Hispanic town names are going to be pronounced as they would be in Spanish. So yes. Live to cover Mississippi tomorrow? I don't think so. Right now we just have a slight risk over there. We could take a look at that on Radar Omega here. So just really against the coast of Mississippi, I think is what we're looking at. That's going to be the continuation of this mesoscale convective system. So with time, we can watch this develop. Here's a look at the radar here, or here's a look at the model data here, so we can see how that persists. So this is how it's expected to move with time. You can see it just moving through these areas. This is 11 a.m. tomorrow, and it's that's why we have a wind and hail threat going through here. Eventually, it makes it all the way to Florida there. Lots of thunderstorms coming through, but maybe not expected to be too severe. As we go through the evening into the nighttime hours, we'll get a couple rounds into Florida tomorrow. You can see that here. There's those storms popping up. This is Thursday. This is Thursday afternoon to evening. And then we have the storms moving through at 11 p.m. to midnight here, or just after midnight in the Eastern time zone here in Florida. So a couple rounds tomorrow. Severe weather moving in through Louisiana, all along the Gulf Coast from Wednesday or Thursday morning into Thursday afternoon. So that's what's coming up for y'all. Again, it's going to be a wind and hail threat right now. I think maybe some spin up tornadoes as this moves through tomorrow. I don't think that we're really going to see a primary tornado threat. We might not even see an upgrade to this past a slight risk, but it is going to be pretty messy out there. So if there is an upgrade to an enhanced and it is a tornadic threat, then we will plan on streaming tomorrow as well.
A new
but as it
tornado
stands
warning
right now,
has
I don't
been
think
issued.
that's what's expected. I don't think that's what's expected. We don't have a stream plan for tomorrow at the moment to watch all of these storms move through this area in yellow. But if it does get upgraded, that will be the case. We'll be there to cover it. So let's go back to our new warning. That's for Limestone County. Continuation of what we're watching here. Again, I think we're really going to start to see these preventative tornado warnings come through because we're getting further and further from radar sites. So now this is just basically for the whole southern side of the county, a tornado warning issued. This is a preventative warning. This is what a preventative warning looks like here in the pink box. And that, I think because we see this already, we're looking about a mile, just above a mile into the storm over here. As we move further and further from radar sites towards Jewett, Buffalo, Centerville here, we're going to continue to see tornado warnings out in front of this that are preventative, meaning that they are issued for the chance of the storm to produce a tornado, but we can't really see what's happening at the surface from the radar, very far removed from what's going on here. So we have a couple of storm chasers, of course. I still have Brad Arnold on my feed here. You can watch him on Ryan's feed as well here if you're listening to me over there right now. We'll have some ground truth, but we're also losing daylight really quickly here. And as a result, I think the trend of tornado warnings that are preventative, literally meant to be like, hey, you're in an area of concern, please consider taking shelter out here into Leon County, out ahead of this supercell. That's going to be the trend we see for the next few hours. So that'll be the case. Everyone watching on Ryan's stream, that'll be the case. Expect tornado warnings up here to Jewett, Buffalo, and so forth. Expect that to be the case. Thank you guys for the support. Thank you, Michael, Matthew. Appreciate it. Really, a lot of tornadoes happen in the evening hours, first and foremost, and that's because we start to see the strongest storms persisting from daytime heat. That's heating the surface up, and into the nighttime when we start to get those winds accelerating above the surface. So right in between those two things together is the sweet spot for tornado activity in most of these setups. So we're really watching the evening hours. Grossbeck, you're about to get it. You're in a hailstorm right now. It's going to persist for a while. Golf balls are falling right in this core that are just nasty, just gnarly. Absolutely gnarly hail moving through Grossbeck. You want to be inside for this. You're in a tornado warning, but also a hailstorm that's covering the roads, I bet. So again, this supercell continues to be quite powerful. We can see that on this gradient of reflectivity on the left side of your screen, from no rain here to heavy rain right next to it, literally a couple streets over. When it looks like this, we have a powerful supercell ongoing. This is our very fast gradient here, and if we look at differential reflectivity, you can see this arc right here. I'll draw it in black so you can see that better. This arc right here on this product tells us that there's a very a strong area of updraft and convergence here, and that's promoting a very large hail threat, and also the continuance of the strength of this storm. So that's what we're looking at on that side of the screen there. Alternative radar products that tell us a lot about what's going on. Henderson, Texas. Over there, because you guys were impacted by a hailstorm. I think you're pretty much done for today. You may get the north side of any of these storms moving through, but I think we're gonna watch all the storms come together roughly around this line and persist in these directions as we go through the night. So probably right around here into Kilgore, Longview, Henderson. You guys are probably okay, Tyler. I don't think you're not going to get a powerful storm, more than likely. I think it's all going to develop to the south and east of you and go in those directions. So there are expected to be a lot of storms still going for quite some time into the night. They will persist all the way down into San Antonio, through Austin, through College Station, and into Houston into the early morning hours, and into Lake Charles, and towards Natchitoches, Louisiana. Shreveport probably will be to the north of where these storms go through, but there are a lot of people who are going to get those storms. But again, right now I think is the most concerning tornado threat is like for the next couple of hours here. Yep, y'all in Killeen here, Fort Hood area. You guys got a strong storm moving in your direction here, pretty directly from Lampasas County here, so that's now warned for golf ball size hail. So again, you're going to get in on the wind and hail threat here. Strong storms moving through. So did anyone hear what oh, give me one sec. Thank you, Amanda, I appreciate it. Did anyone hear what who said there was an RFD surge on Ryan's stream? If anyone's listening to both of them, I didn't hear who said RFD surge, so I'm curious to know what was said there. We're watching the storm move into Waco again with possibly baseball size hail. Again, this storm moving through, it's going in the same. It's in the same atmosphere here, the same environment that was conducive for 4-inch hail. And while this previous storm has cooled off the surface a bit, there's no reason why this storm back in here can't produce very large hail. All the same. So, yeah, I'm concerned for anyone who is just impacted in Waco. More hail is going to move through, and it can be also very large. So yeah, we've been talking about that for quite some time, and it looks to be the case again for everyone who just saw 4-inch hailstones in a very specific corridor. It's going to happen again. Groesbeck, Texas is also getting like the remnants of that storm that dropped 4-inch hail. Now there's a crap ton of it going through Groesbeck, Texas. So yeah, that's continuing to be the case. This is an absolutely gnarly supercell right in here. There's the shape of it. This is in Limestone County, Texas. There's the zoom out for you. We're starting to move into East Central Texas now. East Central Texas along Interstate 45. This is approaching Interstate 45 from the west. Moving about 30 miles or so per hour. 25, 30 miles an hour east, southeast. So yeah, this is just looking gnarly. Just a bunch of destructive warnings here, prompting the sirens to come through. This is actually the storm here that's going towards Fort Hood. This is actually the storm I was concerned about on the other side of the. Yeah, so this one's, you can really see if we push that through, these boundaries right here. So you can see these moving through, right? So right now, this storm is elevated back in here. There is no tornado threat right now for Adamsville, back in here. Because you can see these boundaries right here out in front of it here. You see them showing up there, that thin blue line. This is where our winds are basically right along this line being pushed into it, but this storm is pushing them out. So I think our warm front is right here, and I think that we have a little bit of an outflow boundary right here out ahead of it. So what would cause this to become tornadic is if this storm manages to punch down through, push out a bunch of its rear flank. If that continues to push forward much faster, we could see it connect and establish rotation very rapidly here, and so that would be the concern. But right now, this is an elevated storm. The same is going to be true. We can basically trace this back. This outflow boundary is going to be out ahead of all this heavy rain back in here, moving toward Lampasas, towards the Fort Hood area, and eventually the storms that are also moving down towards Round Rock and Austin. At the moment, these are non-tornadic. This would be the concerning one right here, as it interacts with all these boundaries right here out in front of it, if it manages to catch up. So that's what we're watching. We're watching it play a game of catch up. If it does that, then we are concerned. But otherwise, it looks like it's going to be a dropping a lot of hail anywhere out ahead of this through Fort Hood and towards Temple in the near term. Maybe as far south as Gerald and Salado. Thank you for the support, Danielle. I appreciate it. Happy to help. Yeah, I hope you're all enjoying this part of the stream over here, keeping both Ryan and I up. I appreciate you all. Some of the largest hail I think we've streamed so far while we've been doing our YouTube streams here over the last year and a half or so. I think this is some of the largest hail we've covered. 4.5 inches is the largest hailstone we've heard about here in the northeast part of Waco, Texas. And they have another baseball-sized hailstorm moving through in their direction. So very concerning for Waco once again if you're in an exposed area, especially on the north side. These areas in pink and dark red are what's moving into the same region that was just saw baseballs, just saw softball size hail. So right now, the big story today has been the hail, but we are not done with tornado potential, not whatsoever. All right, so let's take another look at our Louisiana storm, because that one looked pretty concerning. Still large hail spike here going through Zawali towards Manny here in Louisiana through Sabine Parish. Moving pretty slowly, too, so dropping a ton of hail over Noble. Dropping a ton of hail over Noble right now. I don't know. A storm that looks like this has like this inverted L shape here. These don't last that long on average from what I can tell. This one has persisted for quite some time because it's had several showers being ingested into the storm. Several showers have been ingested, and as a result, it's persisted, maintained its updraft and so forth, producing large hail. And eventually, it looks like it's trying to go this direction towards Alexandria in Louisiana. So down the line, there is a track for the storm, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it's going to, stay a monster hailstorm like it is right now in Sabine Parish until it gets over there. It's going to take an hour and a half or so maybe to reach this area along Interstate 49 toward Alexandria. But if it does get there, it could be another costly hailstorm for anyone down here into Rapidus Parish. So good news is we don't have any more destructive severe thunderstorm warnings, but we still have considerable ones, which is the middle tier for when storms have 2-inch hail, golf ball size hail. So still a lot of hail falling. And again, I wouldn't be surprised if some of them do get upgraded. I think this storm will pass to south of Natchitoches. If you're anywhere in Natchitoches Parish, it should be in the southern side of the parish here. So that's what we're looking at down there. And then another look at Florida. For our friends in Florida, we still got these severe thunderstorms, these hailstorms moving through. This one's mostly going south towards Lake Hamilton, Dundee, and Haines City. So it looks like it's passing south of Davenport in Florida here that we've been watching. This one over here might be losing some steam west of Orlando. But this one would be the one that's approaching the south side of Orlando, the Bay Lake area. So really right about just south of Disney World, I think, is where this is going towards. So it will eventually track towards Kissimmee in particular. So all these regions are getting in on hailstorms. Again, very low tornado threat expected here in Florida. That's what we're looking at here. But some pretty strong storms still persisting all along the peninsula here, moving in every which direction. I don't have a better radar site over here, really. This is in a radar hole in the northern Florida peninsula here near Ocala. Ocala. There we go. I got it right that time. Ocala. So we have another hailstorm possibly moving into the Ocala area from the northwest here near Reddick. So this one might be severe warned pretty soon. It's definitely got some hail showing up aloft in the storm. So still hailstorms persisting through this area. And I think this one down here, closer to Fort Lauderdale to Boynton Beach, it's in the Everglades right now. Moving east into the metro area down there, Palm Beach County. It's not currently severe warned, but it's going to take some time. It's going to take its sweet time to get over there, and I think conditions will persist for another hailstorm to form down there. Hopefully not too large of hail. I think our large hail threat is maximized right in this area from Ocala down to Kissimmee. There you go. That's a look at our friends in the Florida Peninsula, seeing some unusual hailstorms, very unusual conditions, promoting hailstorms over there. If you're curious as to why that is, I can bring that up in just a second here. We'll look at conditions in Florida that are promoting, why are we seeing hailstorms in Florida? Well, happy to help you understand that. In fact, we've got some special soundings from the Florida Peninsula in place today that will tell us why these things are occurring. So this is a look at. Let me show you Brad's feed here, looking at some lowering. But let me show you a sounding, or literally what the environment looks like above your head in Miami, Florida. From a few hours ago. This is from 2 p.m. Eastern. Let's get this up here. Let's see. Do we have something better? Nope, that's worse. Okay, hold on. All right, this should be good enough. So this is what we're looking at here. This is over Miami, Florida, and you can see this atmospheric sounding. You've seen these a few times if you watched our videos, either Ryan's or I. Sometime we show these. So this is our temperature as we go up in height in this red line here, and all this area right in here is a bunch of CAPE, bunch of instability, and that's promoting our storms growing up here, and then we see a bunch of hail happening because, in particular, we have cold air right about 4 miles above the surface. So right here, 4 miles above the surface, this is about -5 degrees Celsius, which is 20 degrees Fahrenheit. Pretty cold for over Florida. As a result, we have a bunch more instability than usual here, and also some dry air aloft as well. And this is what's promoting our hail growth. Literally, what you're looking at here is it's a hail producing temperature profile here. And then off to the right, I know you can't see this very well from this photograph here. Try to zoom out a little bit, but over here we have very weak flow, very weak winds right in the first couple of 1,000 feet above the surface here. And what this does is it doesn't allow any hail that develops to be like jetted out into the storm. So it's very efficiently producing hail for all these storms moving through central and southern Florida peninsula. So that's a look at the atmosphere. Earlier today over Miami, Florida, also looks the same in Orlando and so forth. That is the reason why there are hailstorms. That's why there's an enhanced risk for hail for our friends in Florida. So there you go. Brief look at the science of why. That is the Storm Prediction Center's analyzed or observed sounding data. So that's on the SPC site. All right, so this is just all garbage data. We can't really see what's happening here. The storm's rotating. It's dropping a lot of hail. We have Brad Arnold looking at parts of it, and I think that we're going to continue to see maybe another preventative tornado warning issued out ahead of this thing as it approaches Jewett and Buffalo from the west. We've been talking about y'all for a while as the supercell tracks toward your locations there, northern Leon County in Texas. That's going to be the case. If we see another tornado warning come through, it's going to be one that's like, hey, this storm is pretty far away from a radar, but it has the chance to produce a tornado at the surface. We just can't see it very well, so we have to rely on ground reports, and as a result, we want people to take shelter, and that's why those are in place. Okay, so let's take a close look at this storm entering Coryell County. Finally, the area that I was concerned with. Our best radar site is GRK by far. So let's see if we can analyze what's going on here. This icon showing up here in this area of rotation right here is not exactly true. If I center the frame, you can see that the rotation is basically right in this part of the storm that's kind of removed from a lot of the rainfall. That means what we're seeing here is probably not legitimate data. Can't use this data as legitimate rotation. We go up in height and we see that all this part of the storm is very weakly rotating from this radar. So at the moment, I don't think that this is legitimate rotation. But what I am concerned with over here in Coryell County is this storm looking a lot more powerful. So this is our supercell shape right here. Over time, this is continued to be a mature supercell. You can see parts of it kind of pushing down here. So we see this this part of the storm pushing down here, and I think that as a result, it's trying to do what I said earlier, is it's trying to push down, reach this area of these boundaries that are out in front of it along these lines. You can see the line here. So these are the boundaries. This is an outflow boundary here. This is probably the warm front and also some outflow from the storms to the north, pushing the warm front down. And as a result, maybe some air is just barely able to punch through into here. So we might see that happen here as we go into Coryell County in Texas. Coryell County. I'm pretty sure that's how you pronounce it. Coryell. If I remember that right. I remember I remember people correcting that pronunciation before. All right. Now we're a few minutes out from Waco, Texas, getting in on this destructive warning. This might be downgraded, I'm not sure. But I imagine they're still sounding the sirens once again for Waco. I think the largest hail is probably now just going to go through the north part of Waco again here. This is probably where the largest hail is falling in this storm, which is now pretty straight. You can see how straight it is here. This is a storm that's outflow dominant, is what we call it. So it's a wind bag, wind, heavy rain, and hail all in here. So some wind-driven hail is possible, but I believe that there is no tornado threat with this storm anymore as it passes through the Waco area. Our tornado threat is really going to be below this line right now. So all the air down here is not going to be able to punch through past the all the outflow from these storms. You can see a couple of outflow boundaries right here, one right along here that I'm drawing in blue. Yeah, wind bag. Wind-driven hail is not good, though. So yeah, maybe what's worse is that the damaging winds that... Probably the winds that are going to go through Waco are worse. If there are any hailstones in this, like, it's just going to be driven forward by wind. But more concerning is everyone whose windows just broke in this region is now going to get a bunch of heavy rain, is probably going to get pushed right in through those broken windows. So, you know, possibly even a minor flooding concern through Waco if there was a bunch of heavy rain here too. It's just not a good situation in this area, no matter how you frame it. Thank you, Josh, for the support. I think Little Rock's fine. Very minor threat for hail, I believe. No tornado threat up there in Arkansas. So yeah, You guys should be fine up there. No tornado threat up there. So yeah, watching this one closely in Coryell County in Texas. I think it's really trying to reach closer to this intersection of the boundaries here. I'm pretty concerned with that as a result, especially right here, south and or just west of Pidcoke. Right here is of minor concern. If this is a rapidly developing part of the storm, we could see something bad happen right here if we get that rear flank connecting. So yeah, I'm pretty concerned with this. Let's see if we can see any more data on this. We go up with height. Again, it's not... The rotating part of the storm is back in here. And that's definitely a valid area of rotation. This is definitely a valid hook echo. Right here. Back in here. But again, this is not going to be... I don't think this is going to be able to produce more than a weak tornado, really. Because, again, all the wind that's trying to feed into this is locked down to the south of where the rotation is up here. So again, I'm not sure. This might still become tornado warned in the near term here, north of Fort Hood and Killeen here. But again, I think it's not going to be it's not going to be realized its maximum potential up here. But I am concerned with this storm. I don't like the look of this, especially as this shower right here interacts with it. So yeah, you could see how fast that shower just blows up right there on those boundaries. Do you see that? Literally look at that little blip right there, and then it kind of blows up as it reaches the storm. So yeah, I don't know. This is a rapidly developing situation right here. Hope is that it doesn't do anything significant here, but I could see several things occurring here. So let's make sure we're watching that closely. So yeah, now instead of a hook echo, now we get a shelf cloud moving into Waco. That's what you guys are seeing out there now, is a really well-defined shelf cloud. That tells me that there's a bunch of strong winds moving into the Waco area, all along Interstate 35 up to West and Abbott as well. We've seen that storm become outflow dominant, wind bag. There's your shelf cloud. A bunch of things to remember in terms of all these words, but yeah, that's all that correspondent there. You know, you see a straight line of storms that look like this. They have that well-defined edge to them like this. There's your shelf cloud right up in here, right out ahead of this is your shelf cloud. So yeah, that's what's going on there. So I'm still waiting a couple scans here, north of Killeen, Fort Hood, northwest of y'all there. Waiting a couple scans to see what happens with this, and then I'll tell Ryan about it, but he's probably going to go over it before I can. I just don't know enough about this interaction yet to really say what's going to happen here. This is an actively developing situation. Thank you, Kathy, for the support. Alright, so this is the storm I'm most concerned with. We still have this warm front rider over here that Brad is just in the middle of. Just look how nasty that is there. Brad is right here, west of Ferrari. You see his dot right here? I'm circling it in blue. So this is his location. And then if we come over here, this is what his feed looks like. So you saw his location on radar in those red and pinks. This is what his feed looks like. A bunch of you can see all the wind going through there, some hail falling in there. It's even making splashes in all the heavy rain that's falling. You see there's already like a layer of rain on the road there and in the fields. You can see literally the hail hitting the water there. But this is a lake. So this might be he's looking at the lake on the side of the road here. Well, I mean, that might as well be what the road looks like too, right? I mean, I wouldn't want to drive in that regardless of what the road looks like, whether it looks like a lake or whether it looks like a road. This doesn't look like too large of hail, maybe up to dime or quarter size falling here in the core near Farrar. But this is headed towards Buffalo. And I mean, do you want to be outside in that? Probably no. So I would be getting inside, taking shelter in Buffalo, Texas, Jewett, Texas, Centerville, all along there. And this is the same conditions here approaching Interstate 45 in those areas south of Fairfield and north of Madisonville. So there you go. That's a live look at what's going on, what's entering the Buffalo, Texas area and the Jewett, Texas area there. And I think we can extrapolate here. We can extrapolate here and say that this is probably what it's going to look like in Austin, Texas, at some point later tonight, a few hours from now. So it's not going to be, hopefully, not tornadic, but it's going to look something like this. Probably for many people, in Round Rock, Austin, Georgetown, for at least a few minutes. Maybe not this much hail, but if the hail core does go through your area down there in any storm that exists in the next few hours, overnight, for anyone in southeast Texas, south central Texas, as these storms develop and are just they persist, they will persist for all night. It'll probably look, pretty gnarly out there, something like this, or maybe a little bit less intense than this for quite some time. Yeah, it doesn't even look like he's on a road. It just looks like he's in the middle of the lake. Yeah, you want to be inside for this. All right. So still watching this really closely over here. Really closely. This is the storm I'm most concerned with over here. North and west of Fort Hood and Killeen here. This is the most concerning storm at the moment. So we have this, oh man. So yeah, we have this shower that's rapidly developed here. And you can watch it intersect with these boundaries right here. Maybe even stall out and start to hook on its own here. So I might tell Ryan about this one. Might tell Ryan about this one in particular. I think that, I think this is the most concerning thing here. Rapidly developing. Let's see if we can talk about it. Hey Ryan, yeah, I'm watching the actively developing situation north and west of Fort Hood, Killeen here, right on the warm front and also on outflow boundaries. This is west of Interstate 35, not currently tornado warned, but you can watch over the last 8 minutes or so. Just watch as that shower really develops right along those boundaries that you could see faintly showing up there on radar, and it kind of explodes as it heads north into the supercell, and now it has its own small hook echo there, already forming there, just north of Copperas Cove. I think that because that new shower has developed, moved into the supercell, and is now right on those boundaries, that we could see a tornado threat coming near term from that. But the rest of the areas of rotation around Pidcoke and to the north of Pidcoke in Texas here, those are elevated. So that's not where our tornado threat might be, but we might see one actively develop here as the shower, comes together and it already starts to hook on its own. So that's what my eyes on, watching this every frame that comes in. Ooh, pretty tough stream today. Pretty tough stream today so far. Lots to cover. I have a very close eye on this storm in particular, though, because whenever you see these boundaries like this, and you see a storm right on the boundary, that's when we will have problems. That's when we will have problems. And if we track the progression of this, it looks to be moving. As it develops, it might start moving a little bit more to the southeast with the rest of the storm here, which means that areas around Fort Hood and Killeen should be concerned with this supercell and the sort of multiple supercells kind of conglomerating together here. in the southern part of Coryell County in Texas. So again, Killeen, Fort Hood, maybe Temple down the line. This is the storm I'm most concerned with, and really waiting for a new data to come in so that I can tell you more about it. Because every frame here is pretty important to track the progression of this. So watching this closely. Cells that come together and emerge like this, they can produce significant things. Like this exact thing where we had a shower just move north into this. That's what El Reno looked like, and then El Reno was just a giant supercell that kind of ingested quite a few showers as they developed and moved north into the storm. So mergers like this are some of the most chaotic things that we can track, and if they do bad things, that's why we're paying such close attention to them. Florence is looking okay tomorrow. You'll probably get some rain. The Gulf Coast. The Gulf Coast is really where we're watching that wind and mostly a wind threat through tomorrow. If it does get upgraded for tornadoes, then we will be streaming it tomorrow. But the plan right now is not to stream tomorrow for those storms moving through. So yeah, that's the primary area of concern would be through the southern half of the states of Mississippi, Alabama, towards the Florida Panhandle. All right. So far, good coverage on the stream, I'd say, guys. What do you think? What do you think? Doing a good job so far. We're really seeing these storms come together. This is going to be the congealing of all storms here in this area with time, and they are going to travel to the south in this direction from this part of the storm, south and east through College Station towards Houston into the morning hours, and eventually also to the east-southeast into western Louisiana, southwestern Louisiana. All of these people are going to get in on some pretty hefty storms, mostly a damaging wind threat with the huge system coming through. And maybe also a pretty good flooding threat down there. We even have this small hailstorm that was just warned here west of Austin, Texas. Now west of the city, we had this little this rogue supercell down here actually. It's actually lasted for quite some time. And right here, you can watch it split. So here is our supercells now split into two. This northern one is moving up through West Austin, and this southern one is our right mover. So this is our left moving supercell. These always have a hail threat with them. If they're warned for something, it's going to be hail almost always, 90% of the time. And then our right split supercell down here is the one that usually would be more tornadic, but I don't think there's no tornado threat this far south with the winds going through the atmosphere right now. So that very interesting little supercell on its own down there. Okay, so new scan here northwest of Fort Hood, Killeen. Thank you, Maryland, for the support from Fort Hood. I appreciate it. Watching this one closely. Yep. What's up from Belton? Everybody in the Temple area, Belton, Bell County here. Thank you for paying attention as the storm moves in your area, moves through your area. This is the most concerning one. So, and watching every frame here that comes in. We might be about to have no tornado warnings. As this severe thunderstorm warning was issued out ahead of this for Limestone, Leon County, into Freestone County as well, the southern part of that. So Jewett, Buffalo, y'all are getting in on this. If this tornado warning is allowed to expire, we might be without a tornado warning. But that warning that just came in was a destructive severe thunderstorm warning here. So this was upgraded north and west of Fort Hood for baseball size hail. Baseball size hail in here, right over Pig Coke. So At the moment, baseballs might be falling with the storm as it approaches Killeen. That's gonna incur sirens once this warning is extended into Bell County. If there is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, there will be sirens anywhere for Belton, Temple, Fort Hood areas. And now we do have no tornado warnings. Let's go, but that might not stay the case here. Because this storm right here actively developing here, right on the board. The boundaries are right here, just outside of where the heaviest rain is falling. So if we see something punch through here, that would be the worst case. But the hope is that that doesn't happen. So very closely watching the storm. Thank you, Michael, Imstrick, Matthew, and Apricot Rose. Appreciate y'all. Thank you. Out your popcorn. Popcorn in safe spots. Yeah, I like that. All right, so yeah, we're just watching this very closely. I was most concerned when that shower popped up and moved into it and started to look like take on a hook shape. Now it's a little bit north of where I'm concerned here. The winds are trying to push into this. Winds are probably coming out of the southeast, or maybe, yeah, right around the southeast from Fort Hood, if you're in that area. I think the winds are whipping into the storm at the moment. All right, checking everything else out here to see if there's anything pertinent to relay here. I think that this little supercell here, look how fast that's developed in the last 15 minutes. It's moving north right now, north and east, and that's because it's not yet a right-moving supercell, but once it does move to the right, it would go off to the east like this. But if you look closely, I think right here you can see that warm front in place. Now it's mostly turned into an outflow boundary or a cold front because it's moving to the south and bringing cold air to the south rather than moving the warm air to the north. So now it's switched to probably what I call a local cold front or an outflow boundary, a gust front from all these storms up here, moving that air to the south now. And because it's north of this area, it's hard to see, but right in there you can see some returns showing up in a straight line. I think that this is not going to, hopefully not be tornadic here, but it is very close. You can see how fast the rotation is picked up on it. So let's talk about that to Ryan. Hey Ryan, also south of Waco now, there's a little supercell that's popped up really quickly here in the last 5-10 minutes or so. You can see how fast it's popped up northeast of Temple, right near Chilton and Bruceville Eddy. However, if you look really closely, I think this is just north of that gust front. I think it's just south there, which means it will be really difficult for this to produce a tornado. But you can see how fast it's rotating already on the latest scan here in Western Falls County, Texas. As a result, I hope that there is no tornado threat with this, but it is a rapidly developing storm. If it's able to pull any air from the surface into it, we may see a tornado warning come through because its rotation is pretty strong, and it is, how fast it's grown and developed, I would not be surprised. But I think it's just north of that gust front, which would make it difficult for it to produce a tornado. So that's what I've got my eyes on, in addition to the storm approaching Bell County here. The brains. Oh yeah, I was also going to talk about the storm west of Austin. I meant to do that. All right, it's not too much of a concern. You can see it's already not really super powerful here, but it will drop some hail probably right around Bee Cave in the west part of Austin. Probably see some lightning coming through here if you're in the Austin, Texas area. You might see some lightning coming through for this storm. I am interested in hearing that if anyone's in and around Austin. Okay, so another look at this storm here. Our concern for the Fort Hood area into Temple and Belton, Texas. Our latest scan here, from what we can tell, is that the rotating part of the storm is still just north of these boundaries here. Here's our boundaries, drawn them in blue. They're coming around the storm and pushing right into it right here. You can see that. But the rotating storm, or rotating part of it right here, is north of where these boundaries are right here. So still just north. As a result, I think the tornado threat is still lower right here. It's difficult for the air to move into the storm right now, so we're literally like, I don't know, we're literally like a few hundred yards, I guess, or half a mile away from, what could be a much more dangerous situation here. So if this line here was up here and the storm was moving through right here, that would be an incredibly dangerous situation. But because it's down here, that small of a change is actually, the difference between and something that could be destructive and something that is less of a tornadic issue. So it's pretty wild to look at it in that frame, to literally understand that if this were up here, if this line right here, this gust front were up here, and the storm was moving into it, it would be a much different situation, just half a mile north. So at the moment, we're hoping it stays like that. It should. There's no reason for this gust front to go this direction suddenly. So this should remain an elevated storm, but don't be surprised. And I would recommend taking shelter out ahead of this storm into Belton and Temple. It's a good idea to practice it. Like, if you have baseball-sized hail approaching you, a tornado safe spot is probably a great place to be to avoid the impacts of, any shattering glass that might happen. And it's a great time to practice being in your safe spots here in the active storm season. So, I would recommend just trying it out here in the Fort Hood, Killeen area, in the Belton and Temple area here towards Interstate 35. I'd recommend just trying out activating your plan, being in your tornado safe spots out ahead of time. It's good to practice. That way, if you do have to enact it again in the future, you're ready, and you're not panicked trying to get everything in order. You're not scared, but you are prepared. So I think that's a good thing to do. So if you need a refresher on that over here in Belton and Temple, being in your safe spot as a practice around here would mean getting in the interior-most room of your house, or a basement, or storm shelter if you have it, and bringing something for your head and neck, like a pillow, or a mattress, or a helmet, and having your shoes, so you can walk through anything that might be, sharp or dangerous on the ground. And then making sure everyone's accounted for. 3 easy things to check off there. And the fourth one that's great to have also is, a tablet, phones to listen to the stream on, or even a laptop. So that's what I would recommend, just practicing that. And you can take me and Ryan with you here in Belton and Temple and be like, yeah, I'm in a great spot. This helps with my storm anxiety while while we understand every 2 minutes what this storm is now doing on the next scan. Like on this most recent scan, it looks a little bit more dangerous to me because now this boundary is really close to what we would call the hooking part of the storm down here. So it's a little more concerning to me, but again, nothing imminent from what I can tell here. So still warrants a close watch approaching the Temple area, and that's a great reason to just try this out. All right, so waiting for the next scan to come in. Might be right here. There we go. So it's same track here. We still see a pretty strong part of the storm close to these boundaries, but a little bit removed from them. Still watching this. No tornado warning on it yet as a result, but I wouldn't be surprised because of how close this is to the boundary. I wouldn't be surprised if there were a tornado warning for this. So that's why I'm saying it's a great idea to practice it now in these areas. The same is so close to being true here for this storm that I relayed to Ryan's stream. This is in Western Falls County in Texas. now north and east of Temple. So a couple of supercells that are literally right below the boundary right here. You can see it. If they were just displaced a little bit further south, they would be major issues. But they are rotating storms, and that's why we don't see tornado warnings on them at the moment. And a look over here for Buffalo and Jewett, since we've been talking about you guys for a while, letting you know ahead of time that the storm is moving toward you. At the moment, it's just a mess in this radar hole. But what it looks like has happened here is most of the storm has lost an organized area for rotation, except for maybe down here, southeast of Thornton. If we play this back just a little bit, you can see a little bit of a push from the storm down here, but it doesn't look like it doesn't look organized. It doesn't look like organized rotation in this area. So this is just going to be a couple of rounds of nasty weather over here that Brad Arnold's going to have on his feed. I think that hopefully the tornado threat would be reduced as the storm moves off to the east, eventually reaching Crockett, Texas, and into Houston County in Texas, not Houston proper, but Houston County through Centerville. So that's the hope over there, is that remains non-tornadic. But if you follow a very close look here, you can see, I think the boundary is right about here, moving into this part of the storm. So if this does continue to push down, we'll have a close eye on this west of Jewett. This might be, this storm's next chance or next attempt at producing anything tornadic. So now we have that destructive warning for Bell County, so they will sound the sirens for that. That's what I want to talk about on Ryan's stream here. So I'm going to change the lights. Yeah, Ryan, that's what we've been watching with close eyes here in the last 15 minutes or so of the stream, my stream over here. I think it's getting closer to those boundaries, though, so I'm pretty concerned about that. Nonetheless, though, this destructive warning was continued into Bell County, Texas now, so everyone in Temple, Belton, Fort Hood, and Killeen, you guys are going to hear probably those sirens come through if you have them in your area. They will sound the sirens for a destructive severe thunderstorm warning more often than not. Most locations will. Because the sirens are there to tell you not to be outside. So if you hear sirens in Belton, Temple, Texas, and Fort Hood and Killeen areas, that is the reason why. It is because of this storm that's warned for baseball-size hail. And again, we're watching very closely to see if there will be any tornadic threat realized. But at the moment, again, we're staying north of the gust front, the pseudo-cold front that's being pushed south into the Fort Hood area right now, and also the gust front to the south and west of the storm. Thank you, Rose. Yeah, let me know if you guys hear the sirens over here in Belton, Temple area. It's a good verification. I'm not sure if every single location does sound sirens for destructive severe thunderstorm warnings, but if they do, well, there you go. That is the reason why. Nice, Maryland. Good to hear with the cat carriers, making sure all pets are accounted for too. Everybody in the family. It's a good practice. Happy to hear it in action. Happy to hear it in action. Thank you, Michael Richards. I appreciate that. Appreciate y'all. Good coverage today so far. I do really want to cover this storm down in Austin because it was a cool example of a splitting supercell, but I don't think it's too pertinent to talk about, so I'll refrain from that for now. It's not. It's already dying out. It's already. This severe thunderstorm warning will be canceled, but you guys will get another one down here in Austin into the night hours. We're definitely going to see another severe thunderstorm warning at some point down there. because all these cells back in here, they all are starting to form into that nasty mesoscale convective system, the MCS, that we've been talking about. And that is going to persist for probably that's going to persist for the next like 36, 48 hours. All along the Gulf Coast, all along into even the Florida Peninsula, into Thursday, late Thursday night. So over the next 24 hours, lots of people over there will get in on the action. So we even have some rotation over here near Cherokee, Texas. This is moving. This is going to be the direction, the part of the storm that moves closer to Austin, Texas. Definitely closer to Georgetown, Jarrell, and Round Rock. So all parts of this line of storms are going to be strong. But I think even over here, we're still a little bit elevated. You can see that gust front showing up right here. If we were to extrapolate, it would move past this strong storm over here near Cherokee, headed into the Lampasas area here in Texas. So I think the tornado threat over there is also muted. We want that to continue to be the case, but you can see how much this storm is trying to suck the air right into the hook of the storm. The inflow is trying to be fed in right here. We're so close to that being realized. You can see the divot there. You can even see the divot over here where this comes up just a little bit as the winds try to feed into the base of the storm here to the east of northeast of Temple and also to the northwest. So a really cool look at, it kind of looks like a bridge. It looks like the Golden Gate Bridge here. It's got two peaks here, a long valley. That's a look at our boundaries there. So again, I wouldn't count this out completely as the air is trying, that inflow is trying to connect with it, but at the moment, staying just north of something that could be tornadic. Absolutely, Brandon. Yeah, happy to help. What's up, Tracy? Where I'm chasing next month is with a couple of experienced people, but I'll be the meteorologist of the group. So a couple of my friends here that I know. I'm very much looking forward to it. Yeah, I'll be chasing for a couple weeks into mid-May. So that's only a few weeks from now. I'm gonna be. I think it's important as a meteorologist, covering things like this, to have a perspective that includes what these storms feel, look, and act like in person. In person. Live in Killeen right now. Storm's passing just to your north, there in Killeen, and the Fort Hood area. Looks like it's going to keep to the north, but you'll get in on some of the heavy rain here on the back side of it in 15 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes or so. Thank you, Raymond. So right now the baseball-sized hail that's in the storm is just to your north and is going to move generally in the direction of Belton and Temple if it remains steady state. So we'll watch it as it evolves. Hopefully the stream is a state of good quality for y'all. It looks like it's been fine through the day here, so we're still remaining well. Good stream quality. No crashes or nothing. Why does Florence, Alabama have a 2% tornado risk? Probably because some isolated storms there have a very low end severe potential with them if they do develop tomorrow. So they wouldn't have a 2% risk there for nothing. But since it's on the marginal side, it's not that bad. Is the storm going tornadic in Killeen? Not at the moment, but it's you can say that if this line right here that's showing up, if this were half a mile to the north, or just like a mile to the north, it would be a very different story. But right now, it's in the perfect spot to reduce tornado potential as it heads towards Temple. But we're watching every frame of data here. This is the most concerning storm. And as a result, each every 2 minutes or so when we get some new data, that's the most pertinent thing that we're watching. You can see some of these showers developing south here. So over the last few minutes, there's now some pockets of heavier showers to the east of Belton. These are going to basically blow up once they hit this line right here. They're probably going to become the next round of heavy rain producers. And as a result, we could see a flash flood risk here. As we see this green polygon here, that's a flash flood warning. Bunch of training heavy thunderstorms moving through the same spots here. And then the same will probably be true with any line of storms that moves through Temple. And these developing to the south here, dropping a few rounds of heavy rain. We might see a couple more flash flood warnings coming through here. But yeah, right now, this is just sitting north of where we could see a tornado potential here. Right now, we're still fine, but some dangerous hail is moving into Bell County. With time here, the storm is moving about 30 miles to the east, southeast, this direction. Right now, the hail core is aimed directly at Belton and Temple and the Interstate 35 area there. So right now, the hail is aiming to your area, but the tornado threat is lower. Yes, Tyler, Texas should be fine for the rest of the day. You can see all these storms are in a line like this. Tyler, Texas up here, and they're expected to travel southeast over this in this part of the state. So if you do get any heavy showers up here, maybe you'll see some slight hail. Maybe you'll see a few flashes of lightning up here, but the strongest storms are down in here, and they're going to move away from Interstate 20 corridor, east and west. So that is the case. Thank you, Jade, for the support. Hopefully that helps. The Fort Worth radar. Yeah, we can take a look at what this storm looks like aloft, actually. So we can go up in height from the GRK radar and see if there's anything, any part of the storm that's rotating aloft. And like this area of greens and reds together, this is 2 miles up in the storm, just north of Killeen and Fort Hood. We do have rotation right in here. So the storm is rotating. That indicates that it is a supercell, a rotating thunderstorm. And it's continuing to have this this pink area here on the left side of your screen. That's our hail core showing up in there, dropping up to baseball size hail. I don't know what all is north of Killeen. Probably not too much out there. I think the Fort. I guess Fort Hood extends north into this area, so parts of Fort Hood might be experiencing the hail in there. Take a quick look at what's up there. Yeah, that's all. This is all just Fort Hood in here. So all of the areas of Fort Hood is where the hail core is at the moment. No, the warm front is not moving north any longer. It has turned into an outflow boundary. The gust front, all the winds coming out of the storms, has pushed it down to the south. So this was the warm front right here, but now that it's moving southward, we can think of it as bringing cold, rain-cooled air up here to the south, which means that it's a cold front now. So this is now more of a cold front than it is a warm front. So what we call a front changes based on, the air that it's moving, essentially. No, Tyler, Texas is fine. You guys are good. I'm not sure where Huntsville, Texas is. I guess I could look that up really quickly. We don't have too many people here, but we might if Ryan is done at some point tonight. Huntsville is north of Houston, so you guys are going to get in on some heavy thunderstorms. Oh, there it is right there, right in front of my face. So you guys will get in on heavy thunderstorms. Some part of this line up here will move to the southeast along Interstate 45, eventually towards Houston in the early morning hours. So, like I said, everybody in Texas, the southern half of Louisiana, and western Louisiana, you guys are all going to see some very strong storms move through, but they're going to be primarily wind. They're going to be primarily wind threats and lots of lightning. Thank you, Heather, for the support. Engineers Land, it's gigantic. Yeah, I just took a look at that. Dallas Fort Worth, you guys are good. Initially, you were in the enhanced risk today. Anyone in the Dallas Fort Worth metro, that was trimmed to the south around Hillsborough and south because the warm front did not make it up to you. So that warm front did not make it up there to you, which is good news. Otherwise, if it were up there, that's why initially you were in the elevated risk for severe weather, including tornadoes, earlier today. But now you are fine. Yep. If you guys are in Bell County here in Temple and Belton, there may be some sirens that come through because this is a destructive warning for baseball-size hail approaching the cities here, the Interstate 35 corridor from the west in Bell County, Texas. That's what we're looking at right now. So we're watching that. It's moving east-southeast at about 30 miles an hour. So in the next 20 to 30 minutes is really, it seems to be getting to Belton and Temple. Belton and Temple, it seems to be moving kind of slow, but yeah, it is headed in your direction. And it is taking a pretty direct path. So the hail core is here, a couple of areas of hail showing up, but our primary large hail is right in this part of the storm, and it is generally moving towards the city of Temple at the moment. Thank you, Jade. And thank you, Raymond, for that. Hopefully that helps. So all eyes are on Temple and Belton at the moment. Why is this lines of storms horizontal? Well, really, what we see our cold fronts do with storms that move through all our low pressure systems, generally they start to take on this orientation and also up into. They generally take this east west orientation through Texas. That's just how they spread out with time. So parts of the cold front get pushed more to the east when it's up through the mid Mississippi Valley, the Ohio River Valley, and down here in Texas, they get pushed to the south as they emerge from the Rocky Mountains. So usually this is the typical orientation of a lot of cold fronts here. But whenever we have a line of storms that stretches north-south in Texas, it's usually because they're formed along the dry line, where it's humid on one side of it and dry as a desert on the other to the west. So friends in Abilene are very familiar with the dry line. Dallas-Fort Worth even. Usually Dallas-Fort Worth is on the humid side, but sometimes it can get all the way over there. Happy to help three little birds. Going all right, Draxian. We're gonna. I don't think we saw more than a brief tornado today, if that. Can see. Take a look at our tornado reports. We have zero tornado reports on the Storm Prediction Center site. That's subject to change, of course. We saw quite a few areas that may have had a brief spin up tornado. So think that's always good news is that we didn't see any we definitely didn't see any significant tornadoes today so far, and I think that's going to remain the case. But we definitely have been kind of close to seeing some bad storms here, but thankfully they just haven't taken root. So here's all those showers approaching that the gust front right here. So here you go. Here's the gust front right here. Watch over the last few minutes. Those showers just popping up really rapidly here, right around Belton and Temple. They're gonna be boosted by this gust front right here, but they're gonna go north of it before they can organize anything tornadic. So that's the good news. I still don't see anything that's imminently tornadic. But again, this part of the storm over here near Marquez, Centerville, we were watching it back when it looked like this. So if you remember this about 15 minutes ago, I took a look and I was like, this is probably the most concerning part of the storm if it continues to punch down. But you can see the shape of it is kind of like this V. This V right in here. This is what we've been watching drop a bunch of destructive hail quite a few times. So I think, again, our hail threat is what we're seeing. We might see another round of strong hail develop here near Jewett and into Centerville in Leon County. So again, this complex of storms is moving through, but this would become the most concerning part. Possibly tornadic, but at the moment, I'm not seeing anything too concerning here. In fact, it's rotating the wrong direction to become tornadic. So I think that this is another developing round of hail, and this will track this direction as well as it develops towards Centerville. Still nothing tornadic over there, I think. Thank you, Jeffrey, for the support. I think the hail core trajectory towards Belton will continue through Cameron to Bryan College Station. By that point, the storm will have altered quite a bit. It will have changed a lot. Gone through several rounds as it gets towards Cameron, especially towards College Station. But this part of the storm is going to head in your direction. Just what it looks like at that point will probably be pretty drastically different at that point. So we'll see if there's still a hail core with it at that time or if it's got really strong winds associated with it. But you will see it eventually. You will see it. Oh, look, we got bats taking off now here, northwest of Round Mountain. Here's our bats. Our bats are getting started here. In fact, we can come down here and see them here from the caves over here. Let's see what our bats are doing. Oh, yeah. Look at all these bats in here. Huge bat takeoff here out of the caves. You can watch that happen in a circular fashion. So every night we get to look at the bats in the spring over here in South Texas. There we go. They were taking off just a little bit ago. That's very interesting. They're just showing up in a little dot right here. But there go the bats. There they go. So a couple of roosts of bats are taking off over here. Eventually they'll also take off over here into the southwest Texas. With time as we get into the sunset. Into the nighttime hours here. It's already sunset down here, but right after sunset is when they start taking off. So there you go. Look at the bats. Pflugerville, you guys are going to get in on storms. Everybody's going to get in on storms from this line here. It is going to persist for a long time, and it's going to bring a bunch of lightning through College Station, through Austin, into Louisiana. It's going to be there a while. Let's take a look at that. Let me show you guys what that looks like. Let's see how much data we've got here. I'll go ahead and play it from this earlier run. Yeah, literally look at this on Radar Omega here. This is tomorrow's severe weather risks. So you can see it's been updated to where Houston is going to see this in the early morning. But watch how this travels through these yellow areas with time here. So this is 4 a.m., right about when the storms are moving through San Antonio and Houston here. College Station, Austin getting in on the early nighttime hours here through the middle of the night. And then just watch. Just keeps going. Even all the way to Florida. All this complex of storms is just expected to bring a lot of heavy rain, a lot of wind gusts, localized hail threats, maybe even spin up tornadoes, but they will be weak. So yeah, as they go through, that's what it looks like. Even a separate system developing on the southern tip of Texas here. But yeah, this is just a storm system that's expected to continue for a long time here. And that's why we have these severe weather risks through Thursday. And this is Thursday evening, Thursday night now. It eventually reaches Florida, where it'll just be weak thunderstorms down here. But everybody's going to get in on these storms. And that's why these risk areas are in place. Maybe a couple of storms also in the nighttime hours on Thursday through northeastern Mississippi and northern Alabama as well. So that's why that risk is in place. We could see some separate supercells developing here in Mississippi. This is 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Central here. Zoom in over here. So this is tomorrow. Could see some strong storms over here too. So that's what that looks like. That's the reason why we have those risks in place. But again, it's not an upper end tornado threat. It's nothing that we're going to be live for. Just want to let you know that everybody will get in on these storms to some extent if you're over here in these areas. So yeah, we're going towards Temple, Texas now. It looks like with the current path that this is taking, it's going to be north of Belton. North of Belton, it looks like it's going to get in on the strongest hail. So maybe right in through here towards Temple. This is where the hail core is in pink. It looks like now it's going towards Temple. I have a bunch of storm chasers in my ear now. Or a bunch of people talking about whatever's going on there. I'm trying to focus on the radar, though. So So yeah, it looks like Temple is still going through. It's still tracking your direction. I think this severe thunderstorm warning will probably be downgraded here. So this severe thunderstorm warning will probably be downgraded. I doubt this is still dropping baseball size hail. Okay, gosh, that's so loud in my ear. So I doubt this is still dropping baseball size hail, but still probably some larger hail than you're used to is going to approach the Temple, Texas area here, and definitely fall at some point along the Interstate 35 corridor here. So still, it's moving really slowly. It's taking its sweet time over Fort Hood. You can see it's just stalled there over the last 10 minutes. So dropping a lot of hail somewhere over the Fort Hood fields here, and eventually moving towards Temple. But yeah, you still got some time before it gets to you. Remaining stormy off in the distance. Again, this storm over here into Jewett, Centerville, this is not tornadic at the moment. In fact, it's rotating the wrong direction here. This is basically just a contamination here. This isn't a real velocity signature. So right now, no tornado warning expected over here into Leon County in Texas. I bet we're about to see this kind of fall apart here, maybe just a bit. So not expecting a tornado warning over here, but still expecting gnarly conditions and hail to fall in these areas. Looks like, man, we really did avoid the worst cases here, where I don't think I think the tornado threat was thankfully not realized. I mean, we still got some time. We still could see some spin up tornadoes, but even then, most of these areas really don't look like they're going to have spin up tornadoes because they're kind of removed. We have this this gust front out ahead of the storms that's preventing air from getting into them, which is what we need for spin up tornadoes. So I don't know. I think that our tornado threat is really going to be reduced for quite some time here. And yeah, now this destructive severe thunderstorm warning is now a considerable one. So golf ball size hail is still possible in the core of this storm as it approaches Temple, but it has been downgraded as of this minute. This is good. This is good. I am working with Ryan right now. I don't know what people are talking about. I'm not jealous or anything. I'm literally working with him right now. This is the point of the stream, is to show you guys what I do on the back end that leads to me talking on Ryan's stream. It's not even competition. It's teamwork. You guys are so silly. You guys are so silly sometimes. Nope, Tyler's looking good for the fourth time. That's not even what we're here to discuss. So what's up with y'all? Yeah, we're all on the same team here. What? What is up with y'all? So this flash flood warning is not considerable or anything, but I bet that this flash flood warning probably should be upgraded as more heavy rain really moves in the same direction. So we might see this flash flood warning upgraded, especially even reissued towards Buffalo and Jewett. Lots of heavy rain moving through the same areas over and over. And yeah, now that these storms right over Temple and Belton, out ahead of the warned part of the storm for hail, these are developing and have continued to do so pretty quickly. So now they have their own small hail cores here east of Temple and now right over Belton proper. This is not the main storm we've been tracking. These are all the showers popped up in front of them. But now the gust front is south of them here. So they're already moving north of anything that any spot where they could produce have a tornadic threat associated with them. So that's good. But yeah, these are just the showers popping up right ahead of them. They're becoming strong. They're being propped up by the gust front, by winds converging right here. And that's why we see them develop very quickly and already have some small hail associated with them and some heavy rain. Yeah, I'm here, Ryan. Well, it's interesting because of what I've been observing with this gust front pushing out from the storms. I think that's going to prevent a lot of the possibility for spin up tornadoes as this goes south towards Austin, towards College Station. All of y'all are going to get in on a lot of lightning and possibly some strong winds, and maybe even small hail from all these storms. Everybody's expected to get in on the storms, but like why I would want to keep going is for spin up tornadoes more than anything. If there are a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings and it continues to remain pretty severe into the night, that would be a great reason also to keep going. So at the moment, I'm not sure, but like I think the most valuable thing would be covering spin up tornadoes through the night, and I'm not sure that's a big threat as it stands. So I don't know. I'm watching the situation develop. I'm happy to continue on a little longer. If at any point you feel like you are done streaming, then I can host, of course. So I'll be here. You just let me know. Right. So let's see. I'm like I'm like dark on Ryan's stream now. Let me see if I can lighten myself up. There we go. Next time you see me, I might be a little lighter if we do come through again. Oh, the silliness of web cameras. Does anybody have any questions in particular while we're waiting for the next frames of data to come through? Are spin-up tornadoes formed? Spin-up tornadoes are formed by the dynamics of the storm itself being pushed forward. So take, for example, this storm, if it were going to produce a spin-up tornado, it's being pushed forward here in Killeen, so strong winds are pushing it forward. And then out ahead of it, we have winds kind of wrapping up into the storm like this, along these little blue dashes here on the left side of your screen. If there were a spin-up tornado, wherever this pushes forward most intensely, if it meets up with the winds and they curl together, we can get those brief spin up tornadoes just like that. What is a bat? An animal. I see, Rick. Understood. South of Huntsville? South of Huntsville over there in Texas, you guys are going to get in on the storms. Maybe even a flooding threat. So probably it's going to be a stormy night for everybody here in Southeast Texas, even into South Central Texas. Stormy night ahead. About Crockett, yeah, you guys are up next from this conglomeration of storms here. This is gonna be some wind and hail still over the next hour or so as it moves towards Crockett, Texas, and Houston County. McKinney, yeah, anyone in Dallas Fort Worth, you guys are fine. You guys are gonna be fine. So all these storms you see in a line right here, generally on the left side of your screen, this line of storms right here is moving away from Dallas-Fort Worth, moving to the south through San Antonio and Austin, moving to the southeast through western Louisiana towards Lake Charles, towards Houston through the night. Anti-disestablishmentarianism. What an interesting question. Thank you. I'm ready for that stuff, though. Try me. So hopefully you're able to see where you are in the state of Texas. That helps out. Yeah, it's a broad view. Really, what we're going to cover most particular here is any pertinent severe thunderstorm warnings and even tornado warnings if they happen into the night. So Ryan's deciding to be done here already. Oh, cool. All right, so we're already gonna get Ryan's raid here. We've been on for about 4 hours. That's why. So hopefully Ryan did a great job covering today for all of you who had questions, and we'll host and continue here. That's good news. Good news. Hopefully it works well this time. YouTube can be a little bit finicky with these things. How does it look for Belton? You got a couple strong storms right over your area. You're gonna get a couple of them. So we'll see. We'll see that come through. All right, I have Ryan's stream open so I can see if it works. I have it open so we can see if it works. Tornadoes usually happen in the hook. So you see this hook shape right here? This is the hook part of the storm. So usually they're on like that tail that comes out of the storm. Auroras can be visible for different periods of time. different periods of time. So, like the one last week, it was visible for 30 minutes at a time, 15 minutes. We got a couple of storms coming through. I don't know if it worked. I don't know if Ryan saved the settings so that it would work. See if it comes through. Sometimes this raid feature doesn't work very well. But if it doesn't, just spam it in the chat. All right. So, yeah, we're watching Temple and Belton, Texas right now, most closely here in Bell County. Most closely watching this. Oh, there we go. Now it's popped up. All right. Now it's popping up. Okay, now I hear myself, too. Woo! All right, now we got the Ryan people. What's up, y'all? What's up, y'all? It's working. Welcome, welcome. We're still going to continue some coverage now, just in case we get some tornado warnings coming through, and some significant severe thunderstorm warnings for a while. Good to see you all. Hope you're doing well. Sorry, I don't have captions for this stream, so we're not going to have closed captions for y'all. We're not gonna have closed captions for y'all for a while here, but I have ultra low latency, so you're gonna hear any warnings that come through the second or 2 seconds after they get issued by the National Weather Wire Service. That's where you hear those doo-doo-doots come through. Those will be on my stream too. So good to see you all. I'll be covering the severe weather for a little bit longer tonight. If anyone has any questions about that. It's gonna be a little chaotic. Everybody in southeastern Texas, south central Texas, western, southwestern Louisiana is gonna get in on some severe weather over the next 12 hours or so. So you are going to hear lightning and thunder in Austin, Texas. You're gonna hear lightning and thunder along Interstate 45 to Houston, down here. You're gonna hear it in Lake Charles. It's gonna happen. And then down the line over the next day through Thursday, it's going to travel all along the Gulf Coast here into Mississippi, Alabama, Florida Panhandle, wind bag. Lots of heavy rain, lots of lightning. It's going to be a stormy day for a lot of people tomorrow and through the night tonight in Texas and tomorrow along the Gulf Coast. And eventually in Florida. Florida might get a couple rounds of thunderstorms tomorrow as well. So just expect all of that through the next couple of days. Stormy season ahead. But right now, most closely, we're watching the area right around Belton and Temple, Texas, which is currently in a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, our last one of the night. But we do have tornado watches that are going for, a few hours further from now. Lots of areas of southeast Texas are in a lower end tornado watch, which means that conditions are still in place here, so we have to watch it closely, see if anything happens. Anyone in Dallas-Fort Worth is good to go. You guys are fine in Tyler, Texas along Interstate 20. Shreveport's also fine. You can see the storms right here in this line. This is current. These are expected to go south and east from where they're at right now along these arrows. So everyone up here along Interstate 20 to Shreveport and everyone in Arkansas looking good. Looking good today. Thank you for the support, y'all. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. So you got to find yourself on the map here. Killeen, you're through. If you're in Fort Hood and Killeen, you're through this storm. But it is just now on the doorstep of Belton and Temple, bringing in some heavy rain, damaging wind, and some hail, too. Still some golf ball size hail possible in here. So nope, you're done. And if you're in Fort Hood and Killeen, you might have a storm coming in from your west, but really it looks like that was the storm of the day in this area. So maybe one more storm is gonna be on like your southern periphery over here in Lampasas as it goes to the east. But for the most part, you're looking good there. Baton Rouge, you will get in on the storms probably early Thursday morning. Early Thursday morning. I'm in Minneapolis, y'all. Good to see you all. So we'll play this through so you can look at the latest loop here as it approaches Belton and Temple. Just a little bit ago, we were looking at the bats down here in Marble Falls and also down into Comal County there. We saw a bunch of bats taken off. That's what this area right here is near Marble Falls. Unfortunately, all these bats are about to get blown by this, or they're going to get blown away by this gust front here. So a bunch of bats are going to be in for a chaotic flight over here. We're going to see them be pushed to the south near Marble Falls. So be thinking about our bats flying out there. Unfortunate. Comal, yeah. All right, so all these storms are coming together right over Belton and Temple. Very stormy next 30 minutes for y'all. You're going to get blown away. I'm not Batman. I'm just looking at the bats on the radar. I think Brad Arnold here, which is who I had Brad Arnold's feed up. I think Brad Arnold was done here. So let's see if we can get a rail fan camera in place here. Not that one. Brad Arnold's feed. There we go. There we go. All right, so now I have the chasers coming through on my feed. We'll be able to listen to them. So Chris Hall just came through here. I'll play that for you, and then we'll talk to him. So this is Chris.
Hey Andy, this is Chris. You got a minute?
Let me up the volume for you there. Yeah, I'm here, Chris. What's up? All
Hey
right.
bud, we just went through what was it called? Marlin, Texas. Get some and there's like one way
Yeah.
town. Flash flooding in that town, and there's currently no flash flood warning for that town. Just FYI.
All right.
We're heading Thornton though.
Okay, there we go. So we got Chris coming through. Talk about Marlin, Texas, right here in this blue circle. There's his dot right there. There's where Chris is right now, just outside the flash flood warning, telling us that flash flooding is coming through. And yeah, again, if you watch this loop back, you can see generally a lot of heavy rain is headed right in the same direction where flash flooding is occurring. We're seeing flash flooding might be the most pertinent, dangerous risk for the rest of the night if we don't see any more spin up tornadoes with time here. But you can see a lot of storms just developing out in front of this and getting fed into this conglomeration of a supercell, if you want to call it that. And that is really what's leading to very many inches of rainfall in the same area. So I think we might see another flash flood warning issued right in here east of Interstate 35, east of Temple, Texas. Yeah, there's some really dangerous flooding. This isn't even a considerable flash flood warning here in the green polygon. This is just a flash flood warning, like it's just there. But if it gets upgraded, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Wouldn't be surprised. Thank you, Ryan, for the donation. Any recommendations, other channels to follow? I don't know. I don't have a running list, but you know, I've got Ryan and our own stream going on at the same time here. We work together to give you full coverage of what's happening here with these storms. Each day that we do go live. So that's why we were live at the same time. But I mean, yeah, everybody loves Reed Timmer. And now he's working on his own similar setup to this so that we can have he's got the channel dynamic where he's chasing and then we can go back and forth. So there's a more uninterrupted coverage. So still looking at, so we love Reed Timmers. Yeah, I always want to talk about Reed. He's doing great things. Doing great things right now. Would recommend. The risk outlook for tomorrow is a slight risk 2 out of 5 along the Gulf Coast and also the southern tip of Texas for wind and hail. So yeah, Chris talking about some flash flooding there. I've got virtual rail fan cameras below me. Although I could try to put Chris's stream up if he's still going, if he's looking at the flash flooding there. I could try to put him up because I think Brad Arnold's done. I think Brad Arnold is done. So we could get some more chaser feeds up. I might give that a shot, actually. Let's see if Chris Hall is streaming right now, because I want to see this flash flooding risk, if that is the most pertinent threat for the remainder of tonight. Yeah, I'm doing good. You guys stay with me if you need some more severe weather coverage or you want to relieve some storm anxiety today. That's a great idea. I'll stay here for a little bit longer here while we cover all these severe thunderstorm warnings moving through. Here comes a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning. That is popping up now. So you can hear that come through.
Hey Andy, we got you put it in the background. Make sure everything's going good. You can pull my stream if you want. I'm going to be live for a good minute.
Cool. Thanks, Chris, for letting me know. Yeah, I'm glad you can hear me. Let me put you up there. Appreciate that. Let's see if we get Chris Hall coming in here. Might take it a second to pop up here, but should pop up right below my head here. Oh, am I frozen now? What is going on? Oh, there we go. All good there. Okay, froze for just a little bit, but I think I'm still here. There's Chris. All right, showing up with a little bit of data. Think we're looking fine. Okay, still going. Chris's feed is so strong it froze my webcam for a little bit. There we go. Chris is approaching rapidly. Our flash flood warning here, which is going to be probably the most pertinent threat to life and property as we go through the night. Most concerned about flash flood warnings, but we're covering all the severe thunderstorm warnings as they continue here. Look at them all popping up now for Franklin, Texas, Centerville, Texas, Crockett, Texas. We had somebody talking about from there. Thank you, Donna, for the support. I appreciate you all. Thank you, Zochi. Or Zochi. Yeah, I appreciate that. Gerald. Yep, everybody's going to get in on the storms. Gerald's just north or just south of this current mess of a severe thunderstorm, moving through Belton and Temple next in the next few minutes. In fact, for Temple, Texas, I would be most concerned right here, probably in the next few minutes for Temple. This area of light blue on the right side of your screen, those are 60-mile-an-hour winds showing up just not far up from the surface, about a third of a mile, and they're going to move right through downtown Temple. These winds can easily be dragged down to the surface, and they can do some damage at the surface here. So probably the most powerful winds are moving right through the city of Temple in the next few minutes in the severe thunderstorm warning. So there you go. Not a good time to be outside with all the lightning going on. So that's what I'm looking at there in Bell County, Texas. A whole lot of bats, yeah. Said it right. Appreciate that, Zochi. Thanks for letting me know. You're in the blue. Yep, a lot of people are in some nasty conditions tonight. But to the best of my ability to tell, I don't see any areas that are really, the most concerning for spin-up tornadoes. Again, not seeing anything tornadic right now. But the moment something is issued, I'll pay attention to it. I'm going to also take one quick look at Florida here. Because we still have some severe thunderstorms moving through with hail. Probably larger hail than anyone's used to seeing in Florida. So this one up here along Interstate 75 is traveling southeast towards the Villages, Fruitland Park, into Lake County here, through the south central part of Marion County in Florida, the south of Ocala. So hailstorms, only 2 really left here that are severe warned. But some hail is also moving towards West Palm Beach. So this hail threat has been downgraded to only a slight risk, but some rare hailstorms in Florida have been seen today, and we still got a couple left. It looks like the one that was headed towards Kissimmee is really, it fell apart, and now we've been left with this one south of Orlando. So I don't know if this one up here near Belleville will eventually reach Orlando, but it is traveling in that direction, so the hope is that it will fall apart over the next hour for anyone concerned there in the peninsula, the Florida peninsula. And then the only other storm that I was really concerned with was over here in western Louisiana. I expected this one to fall apart as it approached Alexandria here in Louisiana. We saw baseball-sized hail for a long time through the path of the storm over the last few hours. As it was in Zwolle and Manny here in Louisiana, Sabine Parish. But now it's not even severe warned. It's donezo. So you guys are going to get maybe some more storms here on the eastern side of this system, this line of storms that moves through. So another round might be possible. It should stay well south of Interstate 20 in Shreveport, Bossier City area. So you guys should be okay over there. I think the eastern extent of this will be Nacogdoches, Lufkin, San Augustine, as this goes off through eastern Texas. Looking good over there. Again, wind and hail are going to be the threats associated with that. So looking good there in Alexandria, Louisiana, for an update for y'all. Yep, stream's looking good. Make sure you guys are watching in HD, too. Kasimi? Thank you, Kasimi. Yep, everyone along Interstate 20 through Dallas, Fort Worth, Tyler, Texas, you guys are fine. You guys are fine. You're done You're done with the storms. Our next area of concern is people getting damaging wind, flash flooding down through Interstate 35, Round Rock, Georgetown, Austin over the next few hours. You guys are going to get on whatever storms come together back in here and move into your area. So that's the expectation. You can see all these areas, these storms popping up here. All those greens, yellows, and oranges. You see all these little popcorn cells right here. These are going to meet this line right here. This is our gust front. All the wind coming out of the storms and being pushed to the south. They're going to meet this line right here, and they're going to blow up right when they hit it. Kissimmee. Oh, there's so many different pronunciations. Kissimmee. Oh, man. Everybody likes to say it a different way. So, yeah, all these storms are going to approach the gust front. When they get there, right over Cameron, Texas, when they get there, they will blow up. They'll become a part of this mess with a lot of heavy rain, a lot of damaging wind. So we're watching them show up in front here. If we watch the loop through, you can see that in action. Just watch how each storm comes up, blows up, and then becomes a part of the heavy rain here. That's going to continue being the case right around Interstate 35 and over here towards Interstate 45 near Madisonville. So this is really what you see here. This is the radar. This is what it's going to look like. Kissimmee. Thank you, Frank. Frank lives there, man. He lives he lives around that area, so I trust Frank. Who's Emmy? Yeah, Frank, who's Emmy? We're watching you closely now. So yeah, a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings are going to cover the leading edge of this line. It's going to look like this when it gets to Houston in the morning. It's going to look like this in a few hours when it's in Austin, College Station, Huntsville. It is going to look like this. So just a messy night of storms ahead for a lot of people. Yeah, this is a bunch of convergence here. So if you're curious, what we call this is a mesoscale convective system, an MCS. That's what we're watching here. This whole thing right here is an MCS, and what they do is they have a lot of damaging wind first and foremost. Lots of lightning, lots of damaging wind, and then the threat for spin up tornadoes is going to be on the lower end with this one, I think, but we still could see a couple into the night. What they also do is flood, though. Don't like to see the flood. So there you go. It's finally going through Belton and Temple. We've been talking about y'all forever. Now the storm is finally going through those very slowly, so lots and lots of heavy rain falling in there. You guys are doing good. You guys are doing just fine. Yep, so watch these popcorn cells down here. Now instead of being yellow and orange, they're starting to get into the reds. Starting to get in the reds. You'll watch them just blow up right in this area, right when they reach it. So they're going to come together, and the wind here is going to force them up once they come together. Yeah, I don't think you guys are going to get any of that baseball-size hail that we saw previously warned for this cell here. You guys should see maybe ping pong balls at the most. It's about 1.5 inches in diameter. But this storm is warned for up to 2-inch hail, so it's still a considerable amount. So let me know in Temple if it starts getting louder and louder. If you start hearing any more larger hail falling, don't go out in it, of course. But yeah, right now I think that this is just a wind and hail storm. So yeah, that's the same case again. If I don't know how many times I can say this, but if you're in Austin all the way south to San Antonio, that's going to be the case. If you're in Houston, it's going to be the case. These line of storms is going to make it to you at some point in the night into the early morning hours with time as you go further south. So you are going to hear it. You're going to get the super, super heavy rain that's being reported here. You're going to see the lightning, hear the thunder. Gonna be a night of storms. Dallas-Fort Worth, you're done. You're done with the storms besides maybe this little blip right here. Not sure if that's got any lightning with it, but everywhere along Interstate 20 is fine, unless you're like east into Jackson, Mississippi. Then you'll get some storms tomorrow, but it's not too bad. 2% tornado risk across parts of Tennessee. It's in the colder part of the storm, the cold core. There's going to be some storms that develop in northern Alabama, northeastern Mississippi, and maybe southern Tennessee. We saw those come through on the model. And so those are going to be a marginal threat for severe weather. The risk for a few spin-up tornadoes in the morning here is possible, but I'd say very low as it gets through Austin to Houston, Texas, and into Lake Charles, Louisiana. And then it'll ramp back up just a little bit tomorrow because the daytime, the sun is going to heat the surface. A little bit more instability expected through the day tomorrow for all of our friends along the Gulf Coast in particular. So the southern third of Alabama, southern third of Mississippi, right along the Gulf Coast, New Orleans. We'll see the storms tomorrow as they re-intensify a little bit. But currently, they're not strong enough to even warrant a stream from us tomorrow. If that risk is upgraded tonight, then there may be a stream tomorrow. But right now, there is no stream planned for the Gulf Coast tomorrow because the risk is on the lower end from the Storm Prediction Center. So we don't want to stream when the risk is on the lower end unless it's pertinent, unless it's an emergency, because we want to communicate that, hey, these are storms that you should be aware of, but we don't want to communicate that there's something, intense enough to warrant a like coverage like this. The reason we streamed today is because we had an elevated tornado threat just south of the Dallas-Fort Worth metro, and we saw a bunch of tornado warnings come through earlier. And this is the sort of this is the next step, the evolution of those storms as they come together. So that is the reason why we were live today and won't be live tomorrow at the moment. Ooh, all right. So that is the case. If you're wondering why we're live and so forth, that is the reason why. There's a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings all along this for wind and hail as it moves through. Approaching Austin, Texas. You guys are going to get in on the storms back in here. Right now, they're sporadic, but I think they'll continue to come together more than likely with time here. And pretty much everybody, especially east of Interstate 35, is going to get in on the storm activity. I don't know what the Andy fans call themselves. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Interesting question. Interesting question over there. I don't know. Whatever you want to call yourselves. I'm just Andy Hill over here. Meteorologist Andy Hill. So getting dime-size hail there in Belton. So it's about 1 inch hail or so. A little bit under that. Going through. The storm's still warned for up to 2 inch hail. So you could see some golf balls in isolated areas there in Temple, Texas. Yeah, Gerald's right on the edge of this right over here. So this storm is generally moving this direction, this part of the storm. But back in here, you're still going to see lightning from whatever's over here, whatever moves through your area with time. Especially this right down here. This is one of those popcorn showers that's going to interact and blow up once it gets to this this line right here, this gust front. All the wind coming out of the storms. This purple over here, this is just folded data. We call that range folding. It's just when a bunch of the wind gets garbled up because it's a very sensitive variable. So it goes through a lot of processing to be legitimate data that we can look at. Yeah, if you're in Fort Hood and Killeen, you're basically done today. You made it through the strongest part of the storm. There's another little thunderstorm off to your west. You might see some lightning, but you're good. You're good. Spin up tornadoes in areas of Louisiana, southern Louisiana, is on the lower end, but it's not zero. It's not zero. So if there is a tornado warning at some point with any of these storms as they move through these areas overnight into tomorrow, I mean that's the reason why it's. I wouldn't say this is a predominantly tornadic threat. Not even close. It is on the lower end. Nacogdoches, you guys are going to get in on maybe this part of the storm is going to clip you as it moves off to the east. It'll definitely move through probably the Lufkin area. Nacogdoches, though, maybe just a little bit north of where this part of the storm moves through. But yeah, this part is going to move to the south and east, east-southeast, whereas this part of the storm moves more to the south as it goes through College Station, Houston, Interstate 45. Waco, you guys are done. You're good. Waco can go to sleep. Dallas, Fort Worth, Tyler, Shreveport, Bossier City. You guys can all go to sleep up there along Interstate 20. Yeah, Galveston, you guys are going to get storms probably in the early morning. That's what I'd say, everyone in Houston. But they're going to be on the lower end of things. That's really when the threat is going to be the lowest for all those storms over there. Again, I'm watching for any spin-up tornado threat, but I think at the moment we're not really going to see too much of a tornado threat over the next couple hours. It looks like these storms are going to be wind and hail. Same for Huntsville, Texas. Yeah, a few hours from now, maybe. Yeah, you guys got to be able to, everybody asking, you got to be able to read your area on the map. The storm is moving through this blue box, south and east, basically. So just follow these arrows. If you know where you are on this map, and you're good to go. So just follow those arrows south and east. I think they'll clip parts of Austin, Texas, and San Antonio as they develop. But most of the activity is probably going to be along Interstate 45 and east of 35, I-35 there. So you got to be able to see where you are. I can't answer everybody's location. Happy to see you from Ontario. Glad you guys are following along with the storm. Yeah.
Hey, Andy, it's Chris. We are coming into Thornton here momentarily, and then we're still going to go on north of Thornton as well, where the flooding and the overpass stuff's been reported. More.
Okay, so we got the most pertinent parts of Chris's message there as he gets into Thornton. So we're gonna see that flash flood risk realized here. He's in the flash flood warning right here, giving us an update here. Again, I think this is the most life-threatening part of the storm through the night, is anywhere that experiences flash floods. Because this complex of storm will drop a lot of heavy rain. And may have some training storms, which means strong, heavy rain goes over the same area more than one time. That's what happened up here in this green polygon for Thornton Grospec. So that's where Chris Hall is going. We did have golf ball size hail reported in the north part of Temple. So right now, the hail core, the strongest part of the storm, is over Temple, Texas, right in here in this blue area. You can see it nicely showing up there. There you go, in Temple, Texas, getting in on golf ball size hail parts of the city there. Everyone else probably seeing up to quarters, so it's definitely loud. Definitely loud in Temple for a little bit longer. The red boxes are severe thunderstorm warnings for wind and hail. So that's what's going on all along all these red boxes, severe thunderstorm warnings, same as what you look at on Ryan's stream. And if we bring up Radar Omega, which is you can download in the description, by the way, that is going to be the same case over there, I believe. The Tornandys, interesting. Love that, Abby. Love that, Abby. Yeah. Can everyone in Connecticut go to sleep? I don't know. Do you have insomnia? How does Ohio look for Friday? Probably pretty cold. It's probably just going to be cold for April into May. You don't want it to be as cold as it's going to be up there for quite some time. Would rather it warm up a little bit, but I don't know. I don't know if it's going to do that based on our latest forecast videos. My favorite junk food? Interesting. It depends, honestly. But chips and salsa, I don't really think that's junk food, but I like chips and salsa. What are we looking at? We're looking at an MCS, mesoscale convective system, line of storms, a group of storms for damaging wind, hail, heavy rain, lots of lightning, and flash flooding. That is what we're watching. This is going to be the same thing that persists through southeast Texas, through the night into Louisiana and along the Gulf Coast states, Biloxi, New Orleans, Mobile, Pensacola. All of you are going to get in on a stormy time sometime tomorrow with the same thing that what you're looking at right now. So everybody out ahead of this thing to the south and east, into Houston, along Interstate 45, through Huntsville, Texas, maybe even parts of Interstate 35, most pertinently San Antonio, north and east, through Austin. It's going to look like this. You're going to hear it. It's going to be a stormy night. Almost surely. I think Houston's going to get in on it in the early morning hours. Yeah, almost everybody here is going to be okay. You guys are going to be okay along this line of storms as it moves. This is not anything you're not used to unless you just moved to this area from California or something. That would be the only case you're not used to something like this if you're traveling in these areas. So it's just going to be a lot of lightning activity. This is nothing like you haven't seen before, but at the moment, people are getting in on probably some larger hail than they're used to, especially Temple, Texas. You don't usually see golf ball size hail, but overnight here, it's going to be some isolated areas of hail. It's going to be a lot of damaging winds. You might have to pick up a couple of tree branches, but at the moment, it doesn't look like anything extremely concerning. It's not something you're not used to as a Texas native here. No, you probably don't need to strap yourself to your bed. But you'll probably get woken up. I think this is the kind of storm that wakes you up at night. You're like, man, why can't I go to sleep? What happened to Ryan? Well, I mean, Ryan is passed the baton off to me so I can cover the next bit of these severe thunderstorm warnings, just in case there's some spin-up tornadoes or some pertinent flash flooding risks associated with this. So we still got Zach's feet up, but he's parked right now. Where is Zach? I'm not sure if he's done for the day. Trying to see where he's at. I don't see his locator here. Oh, he's up here in Waxahachie. Okay, so he's getting ready to go to sleep in a hotel up there in Dallas-Fort Worth. So let's put on a railfan camera. There we go. So that railfan camera is... I'm not sure. Let me see if I can see where that's at. That's for Oklahoma City right now. So some of the areas getting in on some heavy rain earlier today in Oklahoma City, but we'll look at the trains if they do come through. Just a nice rainy day in parts of Kansas and Oklahoma, I think. Southwest Kansas got in some really good rain, which is great for them because they're in an extreme drought. So good to hear. There's our new flash flood warning coming through. Somebody reported flooding in Buffalo. So again, Centerville also lots of flash flooding occurring and also going to occur as heavy rain continues to move in from the west here into these same areas. So this green polygon here is for flash flooding. And yeah, I think that's really going to be the case for, the most dangerous part of the storm is the flooding risk. I'm up here in Minneapolis, the Twin Cities. Brad Arnold's at the flooding. All right, let's put up, let me put Brad Arnold's feed up. I gotta get him back up, though. Let's see. Let me see if Brad's feed will still work here. Oops. Just so we can have another look at the flooding. Since he is still going after this, I want to see what Brad's seeing. So we'll see if that pops up there. And we can talk to him if he sees something pertinent. Alright, so if Brad's still streaming, he'll pop up there in the bottom right part of the stream, but right now we just have the railfan cam up. Alright, there we go. This storm near Cameron's now starting to blow up there really quickly. See it coming together right on that gust front. There it goes. Now it's got a small hail core in there. So all this part of the storm is being forced up very efficiently now, and that's going to be the next bit, these next storms here to just blow up and continue our flash flooding risk right out ahead of this. So there you go. In action. And it does look like these storms back in here are starting to have a little bit better of coverage. So as they approach Austin, we might see a more of a continuous line of storms here that would allow you guys to get in on the lightning, thunder, and also possibly some hail. Yeah, it looks like Gerald's okay. Just a heavy rain shower or two just off to your north and west. This is the part of the storm that's going to move into Gerald. I'm circling right here. So that's what's moving to Gerald. It's really not anything too concerning. The flash flooding risk is what I'm concerned with. That's off to your north and east quite a ways here. Yeah, this is probably, the most dangerous part of the rest of the night is flash flooding. And we do have chasers going through all these areas looking at the flash floods, so if there's any pertinent information that Chris and Brad run across here, then, they would be able to say, so on the stream. Happened to tornadoes, thankfully not realized. So it's very difficult for tornadoes to form when we have this line out in front here. This is all the winds coming out of the storm. So what happens here is there's still winds streaming in from the south here, but they meet this line right here, and they're like, oh, they get stopped by this. So this is winds coming this direction out of the storm. So wind from the south, it can't reach into the storm, which is what we need when we want to see, or when we need. It's what we need when we're going to see a tornado. We need to see that wind getting all the way into the storm. We don't want to see that, obviously, so it's a good thing we're not seeing it. But right now we're seeing the prevention of tornadoes from forming thanks to this gust front out in front. So that's something we're able to analyze on the radar. So all this heavy rain back in here, all this hail, there is no wind from the surface getting into those storms, and that's why we're not seeing any tornadoes. That's why we didn't see a lot of tornadoes happen earlier today. So this is the good news. This is what you want to see. This means no tornadoes for quite some time. That's the hope. I think anything that could become tornadic would probably be on the eastern edge of this line of storms. Over here, we don't have that gust front out in front of the storms, to the best of my ability to tell. So these would be the storms most concerning for any tornado potential. But look where we are. You guys know what this is. It's a radar hole right over here in Crockett, Texas. Huge radar hole. There's no way for me to tell what's going on at the surface here. So as a result, if there is a tornado warning over here at any point over the next couple hours, it's going to be a preventative one. Literally one that means we can't really see the surface of the storm, but up where we're able to sample the storm, maybe 2 miles above the surface or so, there is rotation. So this has the potential to produce a tornado, and thus there's going to be a warning for it if that does come through. That's the reason why. So if you do see a tornado warning over here out ahead of the eastern part of the storms as they go off to the east, that would be the reason why it would be a preventative warning to let you know that it's a good idea to take shelter just in case something bad happens out ahead of these. So that would be where I'd be most concerned of any sort of tornado warnings coming through. I think the rest of these storms are they're just going to be cut off from any sort of tornado possibility, which is great. That's great. In fact, if you go on the Storm Prediction Center site, there are 0 tornado reports today. We had a brief confirmed warning, a weather spotters confirmed warning. We may see a couple of brief tornado surveys that would confirm a couple today that did happen. But at the moment, we have no tornado reports from today, which is great. So yeah, a lot of people can go to bed if they need to, but if you want to stay up a little bit longer with the storms, I'm happy to talk to you. As a result, I'd like to, push this stream more towards, hey, is there anything pertinent to what you want to know about? Is there any burning questions that you have as we watch these electrically active storms with some hail in them move through? Thankfully, just no tornado threat really being realized right now. So the reason we have radar holes is the radars, they're down here. One over here, one over here, one over here, one over here, and one over here. So right in the middle, this is our storm in the square box here. All the radars are all around it. And a radar, the way it works is it scans just above the horizon. So the beam is always going up, always increasing in height from the radar itself. As a result, the further away you are, the higher up you're scanning. And that's why when these storms are really far away from any radar, we can't see where we need to see. We can't see in here. So eventually, we're hoping, we're advocates, Ryan and I, of not having this be a thing. So the hope is that we can just not have this be a thing, because I don't understand why, we wouldn't have a radar where it's most important to have one. Even if it's like slightly difficult to maintain, if maintenance on it is tough, I don't know why we wouldn't have it there, because it's life and property that we're trying to, help people understand what's going on here and track where things are most pertinent. So even the National Weather Service, they need these radars. I don't know why we can't push for them to exist. I'm going chasing next month, actually. I'll have lots of chasing footage, lots of whatever I see for a 2-week period. I'll be in the plains. So I think that it's very important for somebody covering storms like myself and like Ryan to have a perspective that includes understanding what it's like for people who go through these storms. I've been through a fair amount of storms myself, but I've never seen a tornado. So if I have now a newfound perspective where I've seen a tornado do damage, in person, then I have a respect for the storms that I didn't have before, and I think that'd be a helpful thing, a good thing to have, in my portfolio for relaying things like this. It depends on latitude, Blaze. Here in Texas, these storms are probably about 50,000 feet tall. It also changes with the season. So in the springtime, just about 10 miles tall is where they usually top out on. Do I have a degree? Yes. I graduated from University of North Carolina at Asheville as a forecaster and climatologist. The only thing I didn't do was broadcast meteorology, but I have my own experience in broadcasting like this. This is not a broadcast meteorologist job, but rather it is a content creator's job as a meteorologist. So I kind of hit all 3 points here, but I'm not broadcast certified. That doesn't matter, though, because that's not what we're doing here.
Pull in here. I'm watching pretty close. There is some pretty high water here at my location. I think it's just poor drainage area, but it really don't matter. I'm going to get whipped around here, and I'll have a shot of this high water here in Groesbeck, I think it is, down in Texas.
All right. Thank you, Chris. So that's a look at Chris's feed. He's seen some high water there, probably ponding along the side of the road there. So this is in the flash flood warnings, our most pertinent threat for the remainder of the night. So that's what we're looking at there. See if he's got some headlights to show us. Yeah, you can see it ponding in any side of the roads there. That's why we got that flash flood warning in place. That's going to continue being the case in storms that go through the Crockett area, through Madisonville, Centerville. Lots of heavy rain falling. And already saturated grounds, yeah. So pretty surprising that we didn't see a higher excessive rainfall risk for these areas in East Central Texas, especially with the consistent modeling of this line of storms moving through. Drainage wasn't one of them, yeah. I'm happy covering severe weather and doing what we need to do on this channel. So yeah, that's my preference right now. Act like a producer a lot of the time. Yeah, I wear a lot of the hats. That's what we do here. I'm happy to be experienced in all these. I just don't have a broadcast certification. I would need one of those if I worked for a news company, but like Ryan's been saying, this is a sort of a new element of social meteorology, the relaying of the science live to you guys and through videos. So if it works for y'all, then it works for me. Based on the feedback, we've got really good feedback from many people. So yeah, if you like what we're doing here and you haven't subbed to Ryan Hall yet, definitely do that. I assist with every single video.
There is actually water surrounding this building. It's not a home. It looks like a little diner, but water is surrounding it in the little low-line area here.
Social meteorology. Yeah. So Chris is looking at the flooding ongoing there once again. Active situation. Definitely still developing to the south of Chris as well. He's right there. He's right in this blue circle up here. Looks like Brad's feed is ended though, so we still got the railfan cam up. But yeah, if you like what we're doing, make sure you're subbing to the channel. I help with every Ryan video. Ryan helps me with every video I do. So we're all a team together here. Yeah, Chris's cam is right below me, right here. And we'll bring it up. We'll bring it up full screen if he finds more severe flooding there. Yeah, Ryan's a great boss. I love working with Ryan. It's a dream job for me. I've been a broadcaster, as in a streamer, for many years. Why isn't Ryan streamed at all? He streamed for 4.5 hours today. Too many hills and halls. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, happy to help Elizabeth. Definitely happy to help. Tomorrow's 5%. It's a slight risk. No, I'm not in the weather house. I am working many states away. Finally getting to College Station. You got a little shower right over top of you. The main stuff is well to your north. You got some hours to go here. But, well, Ryan Hall is his own entity. Chris Hall is not related to him. Zach Hall is not related to him. They're just a bunch of Halls. I don't know how that came to be, but it just happened to be that. Happy to help Jeffrey. Yeah, definitely. Thank you guys for all the support too. If I missed anyone, right on. Appreciate it. All the support is very much appreciated. I just try not to make it the main theme of the channel. If you want to help out, that's great. I very much appreciate it. Tyler, Texas, nothing. Hold there. You guys are okay. You're done for the night. Besides maybe some showers. Happy to help, Will. Yep, Houston, early morning hours. Do I believe the tornado's threat is over for the night? Not necessarily, but I think it's very much reduced for many people over here. The most concerning
Andy,
tornado threat.
I think it's just poor drainage areas getting it the worst. Nothing significant at this time.
I think the worst tornado threat is probably in the eastern side here. Again, this is marginal tornado threat with this part of the storm that passes off to the east. The rest of this is not going to see much of a tornado threat, at least over the next couple hours, because we have all of the winds coming out in front of the storms here. This is pushing all this air away from the heavy rain, all the storms, and we need this air to push into the storms for a tornado threat. And right now, we're not seeing that. I have my own Discord. You can find me in Ryan's Discord. We should be late enough here to where we can look on Radar Omega here and see our new model run here, hopefully. Let me see if I can bring this up. Can load some new data so we can watch where this is moving through. There we go. So here's our most recent model run here, or one of the most recent ones. We can watch how these storms are going to evolve tomorrow through the nighttime hours into tomorrow. So you can see where they're at currently. And then here we are in the early morning hours. They've gone through Austin. They've gone through College Station. They're pretty weak back in here along Interstate 35 in the early morning hours, a few hours from now. But they're really probably strongest in posing a damaging wind threat over here into the Lake Charles and Beaumont, Texas area. Lake Charles, Louisiana here. So this is where the storms are going to go through tonight. And then Baton Rouge and New Orleans would be up next in the mid-morning hours. And also a redevelopment down here into South Texas, the southern tip here, for our friends in Corpus Christi and south of San Antonio. So some more storms are possible through the morning into the afternoon down here. You can see them moving through. Probably maybe even just morning hours is when we're concerned. And then through the day, the southern half of Alabama, southwestern part of Georgia, and the Florida Panhandle. You can watch them moving through there. This is through the day on Thursday. Here's noontime Eastern on Thursday. And there they go. Some more storms developing over the Florida Peninsula, not expected to be severe. And then here's Thursday night, another round for Florida into the early morning hours, eventually reaching Miami. So I mean, again, this storm isn't like extremely. This is not a high-end severe threat. It's just a mess. And then for our marginal risk up here, anyone in Memphis and the northern half of Mississippi and Alabama here, all of these areas, there's just some isolated storms moving through. You can see one there along Interstate 55 being modeled. That's why our marginal risk is up in place here. Just a bunch of sporadic storms moving through. So this is through the day on Thursday, through the evening hours, and into the nighttime hours by the time it reaches Birmingham. So I think that's going to remain a lower end threat on Thursday. That's a look ahead at what you're expecting for everybody here in the southeastern states. Over the next day, it's going to be stormy until it's done with your area. Yeah, I hope. Yeah, I think this is really good news for Western Florida coast. Look at you guys are finally getting in some rain here through the nighttime hours on Thursday. So this is good. Some much needed rain here for a lot of Florida. This is going to be good for y'all. Might come a little quick there if there's any sort of flash flooding risk. You might see that happen. But yeah, that's the case. There you go. There's your look ahead for what's going to happen. Hopefully, and we're thinking that this is going to remain on the lower end of any severe threats. If it is upgraded, then we might have a stream tomorrow. But at the moment, we have no stream planned because it is a lower end day. And what we want to communicate is that, hey, if we're not live, then this isn't as much of a storm to worry about. We want to stream the elevated severe risks first and foremost on Ryan's channel and on my channel. And if if it's less than concerning, we don't want to send the wrong signal that we are ultra aware and ultra worried about any particular day's storm setup. So that's why for anybody asking about any location, that is we've just gone through it all, and I've just told you why or why not we would be live for it. So we're waiting for updates. We're waiting for what meteorologists think. We're collaborating with them and making our own plans, but we don't want to cry wolf. Want to make sure everybody is aware as they need to be. So yeah, thank you, Cruz. Appreciate it. Tornadoes typically form in the afternoon to evening hours because that's when we have all the instability from the sun warming the surface. And that's when we have also into the evening, it's when we have our nadir juice about a mile above the surface. The wind starts to accelerate. So that's that sweet spot for tornadoes. It's why we see most of them during those hours of the day. Yeah, happy to help. Hopefully that makes sense to y'all. But I'm still hanging out with y'all here for a while now. I think the flash flooding is the most pertinent thing we need to cover because now Temple, Belton, Salado, you guys are in a flash flood warning too. So we've had multiple rounds of heavy rain moving through the area. There's the first one, more storms moving through. So another flash flood warning down there. Just to let you know that you shouldn't be driving, and I think that's the most pertinent thing to cover over the next few hours. So not a good idea to drive anywhere out ahead of this. So College Station, wouldn't want to drive through the early morning hours over there. The same in Houston if it does flood down there. Just paying attention to flash flood warnings. Yeah, if any heavy rain comes through and you lose power over there, that's also the case with storms like this. They tend to take out power for any areas that are prone to losing power. Do I say pertinent that often? Yeah. I think we might see a period of reduced storm activity, maybe through the first week of May. I think that's the current thinking. I think that's the current thinking. I don't know why you care about how tall I am. Y'all are silly. Trained weather spotter. Each National Weather Service office has programs for you to participate in and become trained Skywarn spotters. So look up your local National Weather Service office and Skywarn spotter. College Station, go to sleep? Sure, but you'll be woken up by some lightning and thunder, I bet. It's going to get loud there in a couple, or maybe just an hour or so from now. Is it our hailing in College Station? Oh, you're hailing from there, as in you're from there. Well, maybe some hail will fall there in a couple hours. I'm at least 6'8". Nice, interesting. You did the Skywarn training. It was fun. There you go. Some verification there from chat members. I don't know how we can get more radars that aren't privately owned and inaccessible to, most people as a result. We want publicly accessible radars. That's the most thing. Why meteorology, not geology? I've just been interested in the weather since I was 4. Never deviated from it, so I just like the weather. I just always have. I can't explain why. I just have a fascination and a respect for the atmosphere. Hoping to gain that respect more with chasing some storms coming up. What made me do this type of thing? Working with Ryan was that was just like dumb luck that I found Ryan right at the right at the right time, and then I had exactly the right experience with being a streamer and being a meteorologist at the same time. We found each other right at the right time, is what I'd say. Favorite kind of weather event? I mean, severe weather is definitely the most interesting to me. My favorite atmospheric phenomenon is positive lightning. That's the most interesting. Ryan streamed for 4.5 hours today. Is not streaming right now because our tornado threat has dropped off the cliff. So we're almost done with our tornado threat. What is the weather for Dallas-Fort Worth area? Nothing. You guys are fine in Dallas-Fort Worth. Where am I originally from? Southern California. Happy to help, Randy. Thank you. I'd go for a good salad, Steven. Sounds good. Type of weather is hardest to predict. Weather gets more difficult to predict the smaller the scale of it. So if you have weather that occurs in the scale of the length of your arms, that's extremely hard to predict. Weather at the scale of a city, you can predict that maybe a day or two in advance. Weather at the scale of a few states, you can predict that maybe a week in advance. So it just depends on how small the thing is that you're looking at. It goes up with size and time at the same time. You subscribed to Radar Omega today? Happy to help. Radar Omega is definitely a huge part of the stream today. Glad to hear it. Yeah, I think that the chance for tornadoes for Austin is almost 0, which is good news for y'all down there. I really doubt any tornado threat down there along Interstate 35 from here on. Yeah, I got to see the Northern Lights. In fact, I made a post about it on this channel, on this YouTube channel, so you can actually go and see the posts. And you'll see posts like that from me, especially if you sub to the channel. You won't miss it in your feed. With confidence predicting Texas weather, I can agree to an extent. That's why nowcasting the weather right here, this is what we're doing now. We're watching it happen, nowcasting the next hour of it, seeing how it trends. That's definitely one of the best things we can do for severe weather days like this. I went to college, University of North Carolina at Asheville. South Carolina for Friday. I think you guys are gonna just be raining. I don't think there's much in the way of severe weather over there. Chris is kind of staying in Groesbeck, Texas right now in the flash flooding risk, or the flash flooding warning rather. So he's looking at the flooding right now. I think that's the extent of his travels tonight. Longview is fine. Everywhere along Interstate 20 is fine. For Friday, probably is going to get a little cooler for y'all there. Dallas hail threat Friday. Okay, what's going on here? You guys are talking about this.
Hey, Andy, we're still driving around here in Groesbeck, I think it is. Yeah, it's just poor drainage flooding, I think. We're about to meet up with Brad. If you take a look at the newest HRRR, I wouldn't be surprised to see a 5% tornado risk tomorrow near the Memphis metro.
A 5% tornado risk for Memphis, huh? Interesting, Chris. I mean, I just looked at the 0Z, her run there, and like I see the storms that move through that area. They're more of a cold core type of setup there. Right towards the center of the low pressure there, but I don't know. Like, I guess you're not wrong. I looked at them through and through, but they don't strike me as anything too interesting. So we'll see if that is upgraded. So y'all are talking about Dallas on Friday. Yep, there is a very quick moisture return on Friday for Texas. You guys are used to this. It might get cooler for a day at most, and then it gets right back to being humid there in Texas. So there is actually another storm that's going to move through, quickly bring that warm, moist air back up through Texas on Friday. So yeah, maybe one day of cooler temperatures for all of you along Interstate 35 here, and then already back into Texas on Friday. Good grief! So yeah, another one coming through. Rapidly returning humid air and instability, and that could be another very large hail threat for a lot of people right in this same area on Friday. Isn't that great? Isn't that just great? At the moment, I guess there would be no plans to stream that until it is upgraded, if it is upgraded by the Storm Prediction Center, so we'll keep an eye on that, but I guess you should expect warm, very humid air to return to central Texas, at any given time. Is that something y'all are used to? Yeah, probably. I haven't lived in Texas, so Texas weather is something else. Yeah, take it from the chat. I-20's fine in Louisiana. You guys are going to be okay. You guys are going to be okay. We had 4.5-inch hail in northeast Waco earlier today. That was the most. That was definitely the worst of the severe weather that we saw today. 4.5-inch hail. I think that might be the largest hail that we've covered in live streams since I joined the channel, or since I joined the team. I don't know what you're talking about, Ruth. Should reconsider speaking. Thank you, Catherine, for the support here. Thank you, GS0. Appreciate you guys. Just a couple more flash flood warnings coming through. I don't think there is much of anything too pertinent to cover here through the night, so I'm definitely trying to wind down a little bit more here. I don't think we're gonna see any sort of any more of a tornado threat really come through here. I want to see if I can look at the storm at all going through Crockett, Texas. I don't know if I can get a look at this at all. This is extremely difficult to see. We're so far away from any radars. This is the worst. So I think that this is still going to be probably the strongest storm, with at least a little bit of tornadic potential here, just south of Crockett, Texas. It's on the east side of this line of storms, so if there is any tornado warning over here, I wouldn't be super surprised into Trinity County, northern Polk County in Texas. This is the storm that I would be, this is the only storm I'm concerned with through the night, headed into East Texas, Southeast Texas, right about there. That's about it. I think every other storm over here is to the west is going to stay non-tornadic. Thank you, Jonathan, for the support. So in College Station, I think your probability of tornadoes is incredibly low. That's about it. Yeah, northern Polk County is where the storm would be traveling, but again, we can't see nothing about it. Basically, it's just way too far away from any radars over here, because I don't think the College Station radar is running at the moment. That would be the closest one, but yeah, we don't have that right now. Yeah, that's about it. I think we're looking okay though. So any questions we can wind down. Just when we run a marathon, we want to make sure we walk it off at the end. That's always important to do with these streams. But yeah, I think that our tornado threat is really being minimized for now, right along the front of this line of storms. It just does not look like there is going to be any possibility for spin up tornadoes as this keeps traveling to the south and east. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened to Reed. I'm sure he's all right. Chasers deal with flash flooding all the time, especially Reed Timmer. He's definitely got experience with this. There is no 5% for Memphis tomorrow right now. It's just a 2% tornado risk. Chris is talking about a possible upgrade because there are storms that are modeled to go through the area. They could be strong. That's why there's a severe risk in place. So if it is upgraded, then that would be the reason why it would still be a lower end threat. So we would not go live for that in Memphis if it is upgraded to a slight risk. So that is to tell you that hopefully the risk is incredibly localized. If something does happen, it would just be another storm or two that might do something. Of course, that can always change. Slight risk can do a lot, so you have to stay weather aware, but we have to communicate when these storms are most pertinent to cover. Durant, Oklahoma radar is actually owned by a private company. I don't know if we're gonna have the data. Actually, we're gonna have to find a way to, access that. I'm not sure, but at the moment, it's not like all these other radars that we use here. So it's unfortunately it's not the perfect solution that you guys might think it is. It helps, but it might not be the solution that we all think it is. It's going to be difficult to use it probably, but the hope is that we can. Thank you, Captain Chris. Appreciate the support. Yeah, I like to promote the educational side of these things too. Yep, wind and hail's coming towards College Station. Flooding risk, heavy rain. You guys will get it. San Antonio might see some sporadic storms. Sporadic storms into the early morning hours. It looks like this part of the storm back in here that's going to track in your direction. It really looks like it's only a couple of these things that have popped up, and I don't think that it's going to be as continuous as over here into southeast Texas. Yeah, Nashville should be fine. You guys will be fine in Nashville. Yep, same for Austin, Round Rock. All you guys are along Interstate 35. Again, these storms are kind of sporadic in nature. Not sure if everybody over here is going to get in on a storm coming through their area. Initially, the thinking was that they would be more widespread in coverage down through here, but they may be avoiding the worst of the case for Austin, which would just be wind and maybe some isolated hail. Yeah, no tornadoes for San Antonio. Probably no tornadoes for Austin, Texas, and very low probability for basically the rest of southeast Texas, except for the eastern edge of this storm system over here. This is the one I'm concerned with, near Crockett, headed this direction. So most of Houston will be fine. Y'all should be good. It might wake you up though. That's the thing. Is where you're probably going to be woken up here. I think this storm should pass north of Livingston. It's going generally in this direction. So yeah, this part of the storm is moving basically due east. Yeah, you can sleep in Tennessee. You guys are okay. Oh my goodness. Yeah, you'll see those storms eventually into Beaumont. Again, we'll play that one more time through for y'all so you can see this on Radar Omega. Just take a look. The progression of the storms through tomorrow. So this is 4 a.m. Central Time. This is noon, or 9 a.m., sorry, just around Baton Rouge. It'll go through in the early morning. New Orleans, it gets to you in the morning time. And then it tracks right along the Gulf Coast with another separate part, maybe possible back through Corpus Christi. Tracks right along the coast through Thursday with time. So you're going to get in on a gnarly storm, rainy day, through the day, all in the southeast U.S., more than likely. Even down through Florida, all through the day Thursday from west to east. And then we have this risk up here that Chris is talking about, right around North Mississippi, and then through southwest Tennessee, and then eventually into North Alabama. So that's why this marginal is up a little bit of a tongue up here. That's why this is in place. We see these isolated cells kind of moving through. Thursday evening in particular is when they look strongest here at about 8 to 9 p.m. Eastern time. So that's what it looks like. This is for tomorrow. So you may see a strong storm move through Memphis tomorrow evening. And that really is the extent of it. They kind of fall off as they get to central Tennessee. There you go. So yeah, lots of people will get the storms tomorrow. At the moment, no plans to stream tomorrow, though. We want to communicate this is a lower end threat. There you go. Looking pretty good. Y'all feeling all right tonight? This storm's kind of even losing its severe coverage here. You can see these severe thunderstorm warnings haven't really been reissued out ahead of this, so I think we're really losing most of the severe threat really in the near term here. Just some isolated warnings for maybe some wind and hail as it persists. Again, I think this will be the strongest storm for a while. That will head off to the east through Lufkin towards the Louisiana border. But the rest of this might just start to spread out through the night and really lose its intensity. So lots of heavy rain. But as these severe thunderstorm warnings expire and we're down to no more considerable severe thunderstorm warnings, I think we're okay. I think we're about to be okay here. All of these all this round here is being allowed to expire, and we're really just watching the flash flood risk more than anything. So I think May, we don't know about the severe weather yet coming up next month. I think the first week of May might be a little bit on the less intense side of things. But after that, it's a little far away to tell. I'm going to be chasing middle to end of May. So what happens then really remains to be seen. But some long-term signals kind of point us toward, there are definitely going to be severe weather days in May. There are never not severe weather days in May. So you can count on some showing up. Where they will be realized, though, does not, that's not yet known. So we'll see. We have an idea of where they'll show up. Several areas are prone to severe weather in May, but yeah, that remains to be seen. It's a little far out from now, but I think that first week of May might be on the lower end. We're not going to see high-end outbreaks all the time in the first week of May. Definitely not. We'll see. We'll see. So chat does not cover the live feed. I don't think it is. That might be a problem on your end, based on what device you're watching on. What version of Radar Omega? You need one of the subscriptions to get the model data on Radar Omega. So that would be on top of that would be a monthly cost for the subscription. Appreciate the support. Yeah, I hope I was able to help y'all. Definitely get some rest. Definitely get some rest if you're still here. Hopefully you don't get woken up. We just lost our last considerable severe thunderstorm warning, so we're down to only a couple of warnings left. That's definitely indicating that this is losing a little bit of strength, but I think it's going to wake some people up. You can see them kind of just falling apart there. Basically no severe coverage. And it's good to see that the lower end of this storm is being realized, but it will continue for quite some time. It will re-intensify tomorrow and provide probably quite a few damaging wind reports tomorrow for our friends in the New Orleans area to the east through Pensacola. You're going to see the storms, and there might be some isolated storms in the Memphis area tomorrow as well into the evening hours. So those are the areas that I would focus on, and if I wasn't talking about any other area, really I would say that's of lesser concern. So one more coming through for Mason County. Where is Mason County? Okay, that's all the way over here. So yeah, still some hailstorms in these isolated cells back in here. Here's Mason County for that new warning over there. And that may be a cell that generally tracks in this direction. So if you get a thunderstorm through the night on the western edge of this towards Interstate 35, there's your perpetrators right here. These little supercells out in front. But once again, the tornado threat is muted. You can see this showing up right here, right along this blue line. This is the gust front out in front of this thing. Air is not able to reach in. All these winds are not able to reach the supercells here, and thus the tornado threat will be lower with these storms. They should be much lower. Have a way to receive warnings, multiple ways to receive warnings as we go through the night. Have a weather radio, of course. That's what we always recommend, and you can find those on shopryanhall.com. That's all I will always say is have multiple ways to receive warnings. You can always sleep sound at night knowing those things will wake you up. That's why we talk about it. So yeah, lots of lightning will come through, probably wake y'all up. But look, there's no severe thunderstorms with this complex of storms, so I think we're good to go. Just have a way to receive warnings, especially if you're in Lufkin, Texas, off to the east. This would be my only concern of over the next couple of hours. That is the case. So yeah, that's meteorology. There is no downplaying here. That is legit science. Make sure you take that into account. This is one perspective, but that's the case. I don't have memberships enabled on this yet. Thanks for thinking of that. I appreciate y'all. So I will see you guys. Hopefully not anytime soon, but for the next severe weather event that we do cover here, I will definitely see you all then on Ryan's channel or over here. And as a result, we'll do our best to cover that while it happens. But I think that we are good to go for tonight. So please don't drive through flooded waters, and have multiple ways to receive warnings, and then we'll be good to go. So hopefully all of y'all enjoyed this coverage. Thanks for all the questions. Thank you for the support as well. I am happy to help. Always happy to help. Thankful for a stream like this compared to the ones that we've had to do the last month. I can finally take a breath, right? So appreciate y'all. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for enjoying Ryan's coverage alongside mine. And yeah, pay attention to when our next warnings come through. We'll cover them in videos coming up. And until then, I'll see you guys hopefully not soon. Have a good night. And hopefully you can get some sound sleep, not woken up by any lightning here. But if it does come through, then just enjoy a little bit of it. And don't be scared. Be prepared.